Good morning, Dusseldorf. Good morning, world. Welcome to Bandai Card Games Fest, where strategy meets hype, and every table has the potential for a comeback worthy of an anime. I'm Shaldo, your host for the weekend, and we've got an incredible lineup for you. We've got Digimon tamers ready to evolve their way to victory. We've got Dragon Ball fighters gathering their energy, Gundam commanders preparing their machines, and One Piece captains looking to sail their way to the finals. Whether you're a seasoned pro or this is your first time seeing some of these games, you're in for a treat. You're in the right place. Every match here tells a story. So, get comfortable. And let's kick it off.
Thank you so much, Xiao, and yes, good morning. Welcome to Dusseldorf, Germany for day one of 2 of the Bandai Card Fest weekend for Europe. My name is Ben Fitzpatrick. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the multi-stream here this weekend, where we'll be hosting the extended Bandai Card Games catalog. I am joined by Niklas here ahead of round 1 of the newest entry into the Bandai Card Games family in the Gundam card game. And what an entry it has been for Gundam as well.
Oh yeah, it has been absolutely amazing. The amount of attention and the amount of energy surrounding Gundam at the moment cannot be overstated. People are here, the energy is high, and I'm so excited to see which deck we will crown as the winning champion this weekend.
Absolutely, and that's going to be the case across the weekend as well, because this is the culmination for the European region across the Gundam card game, Digimon card game, Dragon Ball Super card game, Masters and Fusion World, and of course the One Piece card game, which for the first time ever has its own dedicated stream at a Bandai Card Fest this weekend, which is going to be incredible to see. We'll be jumping in with a final on them on the multi-stream tomorrow, but for us, we want to have a look at the journey on some of the other card games and potentially introduce some of those to many of you who maybe have not seen them for the first time. So as we're saying, we're starting with the Gundam card game here to kick things off, which is currently in its 2nd booster set. And I think for me, and I'm maybe a little bit biased in saying this, I've been having some of the most fun in these early sets with the Gundam card game.
Yes, the early game of the Gundam TCG has been absolutely amazing. It has introduced so many new mechanics, which are like amalgamations of past Bandai card games, but they've taken them to absolutely new levels. And the fundamentals that go into playing the Gundam card game well can also not be overstated. It is a tempo-based game where you really need to be keen on all of your macro decisions as well as your micro decisions, where one turn can absolutely determine the entire outcome of the match.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're going to have an amazing display of that quality ahead of round 1. I'm being told that we have the winner from the last chance qualifier, which was yesterday, so an opportunity across multiple of the games for players to earn their invitation into this finals event across the weekend, with their ultimate goal being qualification for the World Championships in Japan in March. They're going to be going up against a winner of a regional throughout the series, the Bristol Regional Champion. So some real quality is going to be on show straight away this morning.
Oh yes, like it could not be more tense. Like, we have the winner from yesterday going through all those grueling rounds, a lot of energy spent, and then you have to be prepared, you have to be sharp, you have to be keen and ready to perform again today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an interesting discussion and a debate that I've had a couple of times in previous last chance qualifiers and then into the main event weekends about whether it benefits you to be playing through that last chance qualifier. You're already warmed up, you're already seen what a lot to expect in the format on the floor, potentially ahead of this weekend. Or whether it's actually more of an advantage to have your immediate entry in via the offline regionals, having come top 16 in an event leading up into this beginning of the season. You're refreshed, you've got that one less day to have to play, and then put all your energy and focus into qualifying for Top Cut for tomorrow.
Yes. When I think personally, if I were to be the one competing, I would love to have played in the LCQ first.
Yeah.
Getting in the zone, being warmed up, knowing, okay, all of the preparation that I've done up until this point, it is paying off. I know what I'm going to do this entire weekend. I know what my plays are. I know what my matchups are. All I have to do is execute them well.
For sure. The nice thing, I suppose, as well right now about the Gundam card game is that the meta and the format is quite stable. There haven't been too many shakeups. We've recently had a brand new color getting introduced in the game in the form of purple from Starter Deck 5, and then GD02, the second main booster set, expanding on that and giving a few more options. But it hasn't really quite made as much of an impact as I suppose that we could potentially have seen. We have blue-purple running around as kind of the really only deck that has made a splash in the format, with the new color being quite a low-to-the-ground, aggressive-style deck. But it has mostly been the same green-blue, one-year war aggro, green-white with the Wing Gundam Zero play, and blue-white in a slightly newer form that have retained the test of time.
Yeah, and let's not forget the blue-red Cyber New type pink deck as well. That deck is also not to be underestimated. If it can get past that early game against especially the aggro decks and stabilize with the Kshatriya LR with Merida Cruz, being able to deal that very, very strategic ping damage, you can sort of stabilize the game. But yes, the meta as a whole in general has been very centered around especially Wing Zero and how to overcome that deck, because it is a deck that puts you on the clock, right? It deploys a bunch of blockers to extend the game as long as possible until it hits that crucial level 8 where it can deploy the Wing Zero Gundam and just completely annihilate the board, and then stabilize, and then having a high maneuver, which means, okay, even if you try and protect yourself with blockers against the Wing Zero, it's just going to ignore them and take down bases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It is one of the biggest decks and units to worry about in the format right now. It's the deck that I have been playing from the back end of the GD01 format and then into GD02. Even with the threat of aggro potentially being able to just slide underneath it and be able to get the advantage before you get to deploy that Wing Gundam Zero at that level 8 stage, there is still the fear, as you say, of as soon as that level 8 comes around, that Wing Zero is more than likely coming down, and if you're not careful, annihilating your entire board if you only have units of level 5 or lower.
Yes, and getting to that point where you can deny them the option of playing the Wing Gundam Zero has become even more difficult now with GD02. Famous for playing the Elfrith from GD01, and then we also have the Sword from SD01, but now they also have the inclusion of the Rick Diaz from GD02, which means that the level 3 curve plays for the Wing Gundam Zero deck has become even more consistent. And that's the name of the game for especially these white decks. With the overflowing affection, they are so consistent. So denying them of their most optimal turns is going to be extremely difficult. But as we've seen, if there are decks who are able to do that, it is certainly the green-blue decks or the red-blue decks, because they are able to play the infamous Amuro Ray pilot, which is able to rest down these crucial blockers, take them out in advance, or in general, just ignore them and put on that pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not also to completely ignore blue-white as well, which has been a little bit of a resurgence lately, primarily via the Gundam Epion Legend Rare from GD02, the level 8 7-cost 6/6, that during link once per turn, during your turn, you can have it become active if one of your units has dealt with an enemy unit via battle damage. So the idea, kind of get a value trade in, swing in with the Epion, use the Epion's ability, reactivate it, swing in again, and that 6 HP at its raw stat line as well is very important, because the green-white Operation Meteor deck also runs the Underground Desert Base, which is one of the, if not the, only base in the game right now that has the highest HP value at base level. 6 HP on that base compared to what you will originally find with 5 HP or 4 HP in some cases.
Yeah, joining the underground desert base, we also have the red version, the mining asteroid Palau. Not as popular, but still a very, very strong base. But as you mentioned, usually we see those 5 HP bases like the Corsica base, the infamous blue base that allows you to deploy the Tolkis token if it's the first one that has been played that game, or at least if there's none in trash, or if there are another Corsica base in your trash, you can get to that aggressive wide board state of the 1/1 Leo tokens, 2 of them.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be getting into the game very, very soon. Of course, for those of you that have never seen the Gundam card game before, or maybe watching the coverage and thinking, you know what, I've heard some rumors and some millings about that Gundam is the newest entry into the Bandai card games family. We'll be happy to take you through how the game works throughout the early turns of the game and then dive into the minutiae of it as well. But Niklas, I want to get your idea on this. If you were playing in these finals, if you were looking for your entry into the first ever Gundam Card Game World Championships, what deck would you play and why?
So if I was playing it safe, I would probably be playing the Wing Zero deck, as we've just talked about. But the mechanics that I find the most interesting and most intriguing are all of the ping damage effects. So, if I was to follow my heart, I would probably be playing the red-blue Cyber New type, because I'm just such a big fan of the Kshatriya card. And that is not the only option that they have available to them in terms of effect damage. They also have the gun tanks to fix math, and the Ansha to fix math, and even stuff like Vesalius.
Yeah.
That deck is just so interesting because a lot of counting is going on, and being able to manipulate the board in just the right way to overtake it and then beat down your opponent just right before they get to stabilize back at you.
Yeah, for sure. And if we're following our friends from over in North America as well, Red-Blue might very well be a very hyped deck at the moment. I think it was 3 out of the top 4 decks of the weekend were Red-Blue, which came out of nowhere the weekend before Bandai Card Fest here in Europe. So whether that's going to transfer over or not, we'll have to wait and see. We know generally between the 2 different regions there are occasionally a few differences across formats and across different games, but whether players are going to see those results and think, you know what, Red-Blue is actually, you know, one thing to look out for and to beat. Those Mac fixes you said as well. We've also got some of the command cards like Close Combat and Battle of Aces as well, as some combat tricks in there as well. We are going to have a lot of action to be able to bring you. We're going to have about 3 rounds, I think, of the Gundam card game, and then we're going to have a couple of more rounds dipping in as well to the other games across the day as well of the Dragon Ball Super card game family, both Masters and Fusion World, and then Digimon as well. So be sure to stay tuned for us here across the multi-stream, and also say hi to our friends over on the One Piece Card Game Central channel as well. Those guys are being shown over on Twitch for a full, unadulterated view of day 1 of the One Piece card game of their Season 2 Championship Finals. But by all means, keep an eye on them, have them open on a second screen and a monitor, but keep us around as well. And of course, be sure to keep tuned to this channel as well across the entire weekend for a couple of surprises here and there. A Bandai Card Games Fest is nothing without a few surprises along the way, so we might be able to bring 1 or 2 of those up.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So, Bandai Card Games, it's here, it's where everything is happening, and we have a history of showcasing new stuff from the future, which is going to be extremely exciting, especially from the new set of Gundam GDO3, which will land next year, January 30th.
Yes, absolutely. It's going to be a very exciting time to be a part of the Gundam card game, so the future is certainly very bright. And I think as well, one of the cool things about this game that is set apart from some of the other games in the Bandai card game family is that we have started with combined release from the start of the game. We have started off with the guys over in Japan and in China as well, all at the same time. So we've not had, unlike in the One Piece card game where things have been a little bit different and we've had to sort of look ahead at what things could potentially be the same or be a strong contender in the format, we have had to figure this out all at the same time.
Yes, with the worldwide simultaneous release, the way the meta develops is extremely interesting to look at, because usually when one region is ahead, they are kind of the ones dictating or at least setting the standard. It looks like we're about to have our feature match set up for you guys at home.
Yeah, so we're going to have Russell on the left-hand side of your screen. He is the winner of the Last Chance qualifier yesterday, going to be playing this blue-white control deck. And Adrian, who is your Bristol regional champion, is going to be piloting this green-white Wing Gundam Zero deck. So a matchup that we have become quite familiar with in the state of GD02. How does this generally look to play out, Nicholas?
So it's a very grindy matchup. Wing, it tries to use stuff like the Shenlong Gundam to get rid of all of the defensive options from the blue-white blocker deck, because the Shenlong Gundam is able to take down all of these small blockers when it's attacking, and then also go for breach. So it's a very calculated matchup, because both decks have heavy hitters, and they want to try and make sure that one gets the board advantage, because it can be easily turn into a game where one big link unit takes down another big link unit, and then it sort of becomes a stalemate. So one player is trying to be as disciplined as possible and take their time and really figure out, okay, how do I go wide without losing too many units due to resting effects from stuff like Amuro Ray, and then put enough pressure into the shield area to the point where they say, hey, I've now gone sideways with all of my units, and now I've put you on a dangerous low shield area, so you can no longer try and focus on beating my field. Now you also have to worry about me actually going for a game against you.
Yeah, we are well and truly underway. Gundam Lafrith on board for each player, the level 3 2-cost blocker. And now we are seeing one of the strongest cards in blue with that RX-78, the Grandad Gundam, as it is colloquially known. As you can see, both players in their resource area. These cards will have a level and a cost to them. A level is equivalent to the total number of resources that you control, and that is the maximum sort of level and element of unit that you can play out at any one time. And then the cost is how many resources that you have to pay for each of those units. So we see here with another blocker being played down here for the wing deck. That's the Launcher Strike at level 4 3 cost. We've got 4 total resources in our resource area, so that is our level cap, and then 3 cost. We've rested 3 resources in order to pay for it.
Yeah, we did not see the link play with the Grandpa Gundam immediately from Adrian. That would have been extremely strong to put on the pressure on Russell's field. We do see now the Amuro Ray getting linked with the Grandpa Gundam, resting that 5 HP or lower, attacking into it, which is really strong. It's such a powerful play to contain these blockers that hit the field, because usually they don't hit very hard, and with the
But it looks like we are seeing here in the action step an unforeseen incident being activated when an attack gets declared. Both players have an opportunity in an action step window to be able to interrupt with some certain command cards, and in this case, the unforeseen incident reducing the AP of the attacking unit by 3. It is going to prompt Adrian, however, to pair up this Gundam Lafrith and swing into that rested Perfect Strike Gundam and try and deal with it on this turn, which is going to be allowed through.
Yes, and it was quite crucial that he actually had that pilot in order to do so, because even in spite of the additional AP he gets from the paired Grandpa Gundam, if he tried to attack into the rested blocker, the active Elfrith blocker would have been able to block and not go down because it has 4 HP. But with that additional boost from the pilot, he is able to ensure the kill.
Absolutely, and those pilots being able to jump into any unit as well. But if you can link them up, if you can match named pilot with the certain unit that it is looking for, or either the potential trait as well, you can either get some potential extra boosts, but importantly, that unit can attack on the turn that it has been played. So Adrian here just using an advantage of being able to jump any pilot into any unit with the Kira Yamato, reduce the AP of the Perfect Strike to be able to make sure that it takes a little bit less damage, and then the repair getting activated as well, healing up the RX-78. With Russell now, we're seeing a new base card getting played in. Bases being able to jump in front of the shield area, which is your all-important resources to make sure that you protect, because if you don't, that's the way to lose the game.
Yes, and here we see the Striker Pack being played. The Striker Pack is such an amazing and versatile command card, because what it is able to do, if you control no Earth Alliance tokens on your field already, you can choose between 2 different types of blockers that you can then deploy as a token. Either the Sword Strike 4/2 blocker token, which means it is also an offensive option, which can be amazing. But you can also go for a sort of carbon copy of the Gundam Elfrift with the Launcher Strike token that is also a 2/4 unit. We do see him deploy the 4/2 Sword Strike Gundam, which makes sense in this situation because right now he cannot afford, Russell in this instance, cannot afford to be too passive because Adrian is going wide, as I mentioned earlier. He wants as many units down as fast as possible against this wing deck and then try and get them on dangerously low shield totals in anticipation of the Wing Zero Gundam.
Yeah, and we see here the base of the Archangel getting played down here as well. We've said about the importance of blockers. The Archangel is a great base to be able to get the versatility out of them because activate main once per turn. You can pay 2 of your resources, choose one of your friendly units with blockers, and set it back to active. It won't be able to attack during this turn, but it does mean that you can then use the blocker again to actually defend with because it has to be active for you to be able to jump in the way of an attack. So a really great engine piece here, particularly in these early game stages while we're still able to get the use out of those blocker units before that Wing Gundam Zero does come down.
Yes, because the thing is about blockers, they can easily turn into a statue where they only do so much if your opponent is actually attacking, and if you then decide to use your blocker and forego the blocking option, then you also give your opponent the option of being offensive. But in this case, you are offensive with your defensive tools. And here we see the Wing Gundam Zero, not Wing Gundam Zero, just Wing Gundam being linked with the hero Yui. And it is able to attack active level 4 units because traditionally in this game the only way you can attack units is to attack them if they are rested, but not in this case. Hero Yui is just piloting that Wing Gundam and it is going full aggressive.
Yeah, and then it's going to get an activation of its keyword as well, Breach. If this unit's attack destroys an enemy unit, you can deal the specified amount of damage to the first card in the opponent's shield area. So in this case, Wing Gundam from Starter Deck 2 has Breach 5, and that number is very, very important because it means that that base card is gone in one fell swoop. And now it means with those shield area cards vulnerable, not for long, but when they are vulnerable, any amount of damage is able to destroy one card in this shield area. Doesn't matter whether it's 1 damage, doesn't matter whether it's 6, 1 damage is enough to pop a shield away. Adrian now on his new turn is going to go for a little bit of filtration, a few more answers with this overflowing affection, drawing 2 and discarding 1.
Yeah, and one of the amazing parts about the Wing Gundam as well is when it's linked with that Hero Yui, it fulfills Hero Yui's condition of it gaining an additional 1 AP and 1 HP, which turns the otherwise 4/5 kind of mid-range unit into actually a sort of late-game unit by giving it a 7/7 stat line, which means it is hitting hard and it's also difficult to take down afterwards.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. You can see Adrian here looking and digging for a few more answers to try and find some kind of way to deal with this, because he knows now with that unit coming down at level 6, we are 2 levels away from that Wing Gundam Zero. And one thing I haven't seen from Adrian so far in this game, we have seen 2 copies of the Starter Deck Gundam, the RX-78, but we've not seen it get linked on the same turn once yet. We've seen the only Amuro pilot getting played down a turn after that potential link window. It is still a link pair, but it doesn't get the benefits of being able to attack on the same turn because you've waited a turn. So you've essentially just paired it in that kind of sense for all argument's sake. but we've not seen an actual link of it yet.
Yes, and that is extremely crucial for the momentum of Adrian's game, because in this game, you want to be the person that forces your opponent to react to what you're doing. You don't want to spend too much time reacting to what they're doing, because then they're kind of dictating, okay, which game are we playing right now? Are we playing for board, or are we playing for shield area aggression?
And it looks like that Adrian is trying to play for board here at the moment. Russell just correctly pointing out that there needs to be a couple of dice put onto the RX-78 to signify that there is some damage that has been done in the attack attempted with the Elfrith. And now we are seeing here the piloted unit trying to go into the Elfrith using the Kira Yamato effect to reduce the AP of the standing blocker of the Rick Diaz so that it wouldn't take much of the damage back. Zawart now coming down, activation of the Archangel base to reactivate that paired Elfrith blocker, just as we said, to make sure that it is going to be able to defend on this new turn. However, the biggest issue that we've got here is that we've still got that Wing Gundam link pair on the board, and it's about being able to go even worse here. We've got Ailstrike and a link pair as well to get the effect of the Ailstrike Gundam to bounce away an enemy unit with 4 or less HP. So that fresh active Zawart blocker, that's going to go straight back into Adrian's hand. There is the swing into the paired blocker. There is the breach trigger. And now Russell can really cause some havoc.
Such a crucial turn for Russell, because I think it was quite evident that Adrian, the reason why he actually chose to make his Elfrith active again was because he wanted to perhaps not use it as a blocker, but because of the pilot underneath, he actually wanted to use it offensively to try and deal with some of the units on Russell's side. Adrian dealing with the units on Russell's side. However, with that sword down, he could have protected it, but Russell had the perfect answer to that, allowing the Wing Gundam to go for the active unit.
And now we see the brand new Gundam Epion coming in, and Zex Merquise jumping in as a link pair as well during Link Zex Merquise during your turn. When this unit destroys an enemy unit with battle damage, we're going to get to draw 1, and that's exactly what we're going to get to do here with Adrian swinging into that link paired Ailstrike Gundam, now activating the Epion's ability to reactivate it, taking out the Rick Diaz blocker that Russell kept up. That Wing Gundam link pair, however, is still online, and there's no units to attack into. So this is going to be straight into the shield area here. Flipping that top card face up, there's no burst keyword there. So it's not going to be able to jump into the hand or activate any effects. It's going to have to go into the trash. A new, fresh copy of the Underground Desert Base now jumping in as well. A Shenlong, it looks like, coming down, and Russell very, very much dictating the pace here and putting his foot firmly on the accelerator.
Yes. I mean, he has gotten so much value out of that Wing Gundam, it cannot be understated. The thing about this matchup in particular is Green-White does traditionally not have great ways of accumulating additional cards into hand, so they can be quite prone to running out of cards towards the late game. Whereas Blue, because of cards like a Show of Resolve, a level 4 cost 3 command that allows you to draw 2 cards, which means you actually go +1 in your hand, allows them to extend the game very long, and in the late game overtake their opponent just in terms of raw resources from hand.
Adrian here going to have a little read of the Shenlong Gundam. So let's do the same ourselves. It's a GD01 card, level 5 4 cost. It has that Breach keyword, but it's got Breach 4 when compared to Wing Gundam's Breach 5. It link pairs with Chang Wu Fei as a 4/4, and on attack you get to choose an enemy unit with blocker that is level 3 or lower and destroy it. And there is a lot of important level 3 or lower blockers that are in the format at the moment. We've seen pretty much all of them so far today. Rick Diaz, Lafrith, Zawart. This blocker isn't level 3, however. In Ailstrike, we don't have the link for it, but we're still going to get the when paired effect thanks to that Zex Merquise being a level 5 pilot.
And we see another Elfrith hit the board to most likely just take the blunt of the hit from the any potential new link plays. But at the same time, we have the Wing Gundam still threatening a direct attack into that Gundam Elfrith.
Yeah, that's the problem that you've got here, right? And in seeing that, Russell just going to go, okay, we're going to go double Shenlong down onto the board. Do we have a Changwu Fei alongside it? We're not. And we're just going to play a patient game here from Russell, passing the turn, still leaving one resource open for any potential unforeseen incidents. We've already seen one out of Russell in this game, so it's not out of the possibility that a second one could also be in hand. And now Adrian has used, it looks like, his EX resource as well, which is a one-time thing that you get if you go second in the Gundam card game. You get to use it. You start on the higher level, but as soon as it is gone for good, unless you have some kind of way to get it back, which Green can do with things like Wing Gundam Bird Mode. Adrian here is going to see his third copy of the Archangel base, so it gives him a little bit more versatility and options to chunk some damage into that underground desert base, for example.
Do we see the link? Yes,
we do.
We do see the link with the Amuro Ray. Fantastic, and he is actually able to rest that Gundam Wing because it has taken damage. It currently only has 1 HP remaining, and Amuro Ray rests anything with 5 HP or lower, enabling that sword to get pretty good value at this point. It only hits for 2, but that's enough to take care of something that has only 1 HP left, so we'll see if Russell has the unforeseen. He does not use the unforeseen to protect this unit.
Yeah, it's really, really good work there from Adrian. Another aspect of the Gundam card game is that damage is permanent. It doesn't wipe away between terms. It sticks around and is very important.
Oh! We see the desert base burst.
The heartbreak of a base being burst out from the life. There is that burst keyword being shown off. If the card in the shield area has that mechanic, you are able to activate a certain effect. And in the case of the base cards, you can deploy them into the shield area and give yourself even more protection ahead of what is just 2 shield cards remaining for both players at the moment. Russell now with an opportunity potentially to try and push all the way through to get Adrian to no cards in the shield area if he has a link pair and if he can stop that blocker from being utilized. But in the Gundam card game, you don't win as soon as your opponent has no cards in that shield area. You have one more attack to be able to get through to be able to win the game. So Russell right now is, in theory, 4 attacks away from getting off to a 1-0 start in this Gundam card game European Finals.
Yes. So for the most of the mid-game, Russell had actually been controlling basically all of the tempo and stayed ahead in terms of shield area cards, but they are tied at the moment. Russell is on the play right now, but
here's the Wing Zero. Yeah. Wing Zero coming down on deploy, and this is why it's so impactful. Deals 3 damage to all units.
And we see...
and the link pair as well.
Which means the base is just immediately gone. That airstrike is not able to block that attack at all due to the high maneuver keyword. We do see the Shenlong Gundam go into the Grandpa Gundam just for the trade, but it also gets the breach. We see a burst of the Striker Pack, and since there is no Earth Alliance token in play, Adrian is now able to deploy that 3-3 blocker. However, with that Shenlong Gundam in play at the moment,
he'll just get rid of it.
He'll just get rid of it immediately.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, well, good for Russell. Unfortunate for Adrian.
Yep. So Adrian now going to see the last card in the shield area is another burst. It's another Amuro Ray that's going to be able to jump in. Adrian, however, with 1 blocker active on the board and that high maneuver keyword, meaning that anything with it is going to sail straight over units with that blocker tag. Adrian's going to draw all the way up to level 10, a full resource deck area. But unless he's got an answer to this Wing Gundam Zero without being able to put some kind of defense up at the same time as well, Russell is just going to be able to swing with that Wing Gundam Zero on the next turn and win the game. So a lot of work for Adrian to do here, and I'm not sure whether he's going to be able to do it, especially because of that link ability that we mentioned about with Wing Gundam earlier on, the level 6 unit. It turns the Wing Gundam Zero up into an 8-9.
and 8-9, the largest stat line so far in the Gundam counter game. It is one big behemoth, and it is extremely difficult to get rid of. So right now, Adrian, either he gets rid of that Wing Zero in one fell swoop, probably investing 2 attacks into it because he does not have enough to deal 9 damage in one attack. And if he's not able to get rid of that Wing Gundam, at least try and stall and extend the game by deploying a base so that he does not go down to the high maneuver attack.
Yeah, I was just about to say, a base card does also potentially help you see one more turn. The issue with that, however, is that we've already seen 3 copies of the Archangel from Adrian in this game. You're only allowed a maximum of 4 copies of any one card in a deck in the Gundam card game, so the chances and the likelihood of there being an extra copy is unlikely. We do, however, see a pair with a new Ale Strike, which will bounce the Shenlong back up into Russell's hand. There will be the blockers played down, but the problem is there is the high maneuver still. There's no base, and Russell will be able to swing and extend the fist bump. A victory for Green-White Wing Gundam, which is what we've been saying a lot in the Gundam card game format right now.
It is in many ways regarded as the king of the format. It is the deck to beat. If you do not have a game plan against this deck, it is going to be extremely difficult because it is widely represented here for good reason, right? We've just seen the strength of that deck. Being able to control the flow of the early game with the deployment of all the blockers to make sure to pad their shield area cards so that they can reach that crucial late game point. And even if both players play it sort of passive, well, as we just saw, the Wing Gundam can attack active units and still apply damage to the shield area cards. So it's a battle on 2 fronts. I both control the field, but I'm also advancing the overall game win condition.
Yeah, and the thing is as well is that there wasn't even sort of the perfect curve for Green-White in that game. We didn't see Wing Gundam 0 get played down immediately on level 8, whether that was a case of not having that card in hand until we saw it in those later turns, or whether it was more of a deliberate ploy to actually just wait a couple of turns and say, you know what, I want to put the pressure on with these Shenlongs here, just threaten with that on-attack ability to be able to defeat a level 3 or lower blocker unit and just be able to put the pressure on that way and say to the blue-white player, look, you can play all these blockers down, it's not going to matter because they're just going to be destroyed, and I've still got that high maneuver back pocket play to wait on as well.
Yeah, there's so many strategic implications when it comes to deploying the Wing Zero because it is a double-edged sword. You can also end up hurting your own board and putting damage onto those units, like we saw with the Shenlong Gundams taking the 3 damage. So it could also have been a case of, okay, I'm trying to... I have a decent board. So there's no reason for me to put down the Wing Gundam just yet, the Wing Gundam 0. So I'm going to try and get as much value as I can out of my already deployed level 5 or lower units, and then judging on the flow of the game, what has happened since then, deploy the Wing Zero Gundam.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's quickly touch as well on the blue-white on Adrian for a moment there as well, because he did, I think, the best that he possibly could, given the scenario. I think one of the biggest issues that he had in that game was not having the Amuro Link pair in those early turns and straight on level 4. Had the EX resource going second, but didn't want to use it and drop down to level 3 straight away, I imagine is probably the thought process there.
Yes.
But the value that that Amuro Ray ability gives you to then also then go ahead and swing in to wrestle some of that tempo back, I think is worth the EX resource usage.
Yeah, I think that is probably the best play you can make with Amuro Ray at that point. You put on so much pressure, and with the repair, you make sure that the unit sticks around way longer, and that repair could have gotten a lot of value at that point. But as you mentioned, he probably saved that EX resource in order to be able to deploy that Gundam Epion faster because of the additional level that the EX resource provides him with.
Yeah.
So it was a tough decision.
Absolutely. And especially because Wing Gundam 0 wants to go into those late levels and those late game stages, having that level advantage and trying to cling onto it for as long as possible. Generally a pretty good strategy so that you can get into those higher level and those more powerful units earlier than your opponent. but sometimes those early and those key uses of the EX resource can be very, very helpful to your overall game plan and strategy.
Yes, because we saw towards the end, they were sort of tied in terms of shield area cards. That one extra additional attack could maybe have put the game in a more aggressive fashion for the red-white deck, where they then could have said, you know what, I'm not going to focus on the units anymore. I'm going to count the amount of turns it takes for me to actually just finish the game by going for shield area cards. And dealing that one extra damage to the shield area card can make such a difference when you're trying to determine whether it's worth it or not.
Absolutely. Well, if you enjoyed that, we're going to have plenty more coverage of the Gundam card game today and tomorrow across the weekend. But for the next few moments, we're going to step away from the Gundam card game, because next up on the multi-stream, we're going to have action from Dragon Ball Super card game Fusion World. So do not go anywhere, because when we come back, it's time to charge up and fuse. Be back soon. Nice.
Good job, man.
Yeah, that was good. Oh. Hello everybody and welcome back to the desk of the multi-stream, and it's time for one of the two Dragon Ball Super card game games for Fusion World here today. My name is Ben, I'm still here with you, and I'm joined by Andrew here that's going to join me for some Fusion World. Andrew, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. It's really cool to be here in, the beautiful Dusseldorf, getting to see some of the top players that have already made their way through. We did have that LCQ on Friday, so the players that made it through right now are the cream of the crop. They've come through with a store regional or regional win in order to get to this point, or managed to clutch up yesterday and make it through that top cut.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of games already played for some of these players, and now it's all about the eyes on the prize, getting up to that top cut qualification and then up towards that Worlds qualification as well. And here in Fusion World, we're in a little bit of an interesting place, actually, for Dragon Ball Super card game Fusion World. We have just recently received an update to the banned and restricted list, which has come into place for the first time competitively this weekend. Like, this is the first tournament that we are playing with 5-cost Majin Buu and 3-cost Majin Buu suspended and put to 1, and then 5-cost Cell and Self-Destruct also put to 1. So 2 of the top decks of the format previously going into this weekend have been nerfed considerably.
Yeah, the consistency of those cards are going to go down quite a bit, so we're not going to see as much representation for that today, and our matchup here is actually going to be avoiding both of these decks. This opens a lot of the kind of tier 2 or decks that were just slightly under to find some time to shine, but also there are some big threats that obviously did get to avoid it. It was very focused on 2 of the most consistently complained about decks. A little bit more of the simplicity of how consistent their game plan was the main reason that we saw given for those restrictions. So that means we should get some pretty varied gameplay today.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing that as well in our feature match that we're going to be showcasing for you as well here. We're going to have an all-green mirror match, actually, which feels like it's been quite some time that we've been able to really say that. We are going to have Son Goku from Manga Booster 2, one of the newest leaders to enter into the game with the Manga Booster. Of course, we do have FBO 8 releasing, but those cards are not legal this weekend, so it's just going to be everything from Manga Booster 2 backwards. So Son Goku up against Broly from FB06.
Yeah, and Broly, a deck that's getting a little bit of representation as well. Players that are in the venue going to be able to pick up one of the Broly alt arts. So it's a good time to be a Broly fan. We're getting to see some actual gameplay of him nice and early. This is round 2, by the way, as well. So the players here currently are undefeated after that first round. So we're looking to see if they can keep that momentum going, really set themselves up for the rest of the day.
Yeah, for sure. And Broly has generally always been about those big, high-cost characters and cards as well. Those battle cards, the big 8-cost Broly from set 3, the big 6-cost Broly as well from set 6, the 9-cost 55k double striker. There's a lot of big threats in terms of height in this deck, whereas for Son Goku, this is a little bit more reliant on some different extras in the deck. You've got things like Angry Kamehameha, Instant Kamehameha, and a Warm Greeting in here as well, but still looking for those big secret rares. We've got Son Goku, the 7-cost double striker at 45k as well, that's going to be able to put on some big, big threats.
Yeah, a lot of really varied damage. Like, the block time is going to really matter here for making sure they save resources for the combo, because Broly can either go for the double strike, try and get all that damage pushed in one go, or we can also see those restands as well off of those when attacking. So
yeah, we can also obviously see Broly awaken itself a little bit quicker as well, because at the end of your turn, you add 1 card from your life into your hand. When a leader awakens in Dragon Ball Super card game Fusion World, that is to say turned on its other side, because leaders have 2 sides in this game, they can awaken at 4 or less life in many cases, and that is the case with Broly as well. So Broly going to be able to get there a little bit quicker than some other decks that will rely on battle cards that allow you to take one of those cards into your life.
yeah, it means that Broly's going to be able to dictate the tempo of this game. Not only are they going to be obviously swinging at Son Goku and kind of dictating how you can kind of play around that awakening. At the end of the day, if you try and play this game for too long, Broly is going to try and force us into that end game.
Absolutely. We're just seeing the players getting themselves ready to start the game, much like Gundam card game that we saw just a moment ago, in Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World, the player that goes second will start off with an energy marker, so a one-time use extra energy to start the game off with going second, and as soon as you use it, it is gone for good. So it will be Son Goku that will be starting off with that energy marker. Broly will be going first, as both players will shuffle up their decks, draw a 5-card hand, and start off with 8 life ready for this matchup.
And going second as well, we're going to be looking to see those first swings probably going to be coming from that Son Goku just to get some card advantage and also put the pressure on. Obviously, you know, as Broly already going to be chipping themselves down, so there's going to be quite a life lead swing in these opening turns.
Yeah, especially because of that innate ability of Broly to be able to awaken itself with the end of turn effect. So going to be able to get a little bit closer to that and might even see a little bit of early comboing, a little bit more going on. Players generally like to take those initial couple of hits because it's extra cards that will go into hand to be able to combo out with later on in the game and then get ready to start awakening. But Broly maybe will be a little bit more combo reliant as we get the players set up themselves here now. We'll also touch a moment on what these leaders do go ahead and do when they awaken. You can see the awakened sides on your screen at the moment, but it looks like we are about to be all set up and ready to go into the game. There is the fist bump being extended. We are underway, so we will draw 1 card at the start of the turn, and then we have to send one of these cards in hand into our energy in order to charge and pay the costs for all of these cards. It's going to be a charge of the 4-drop Broly, and it's going to be into, looks like, the Paragus to start things off. Nice and simple for a bit of consistency. Look at the top 5 cards of the deck, grab a non-Paragus BR card with Planet Vampa in its special traits, and add it into hand.
Seeing the searches really early in a best of 1 game like Dragon Ball Card Game Fusion World, you want to see your searches nice and early so that way you can kind of decide what obviously you're going to be charging, start to recognize which cards are duds and don't necessarily see as much value in this early game, and also make sure that you're not having to give up certain cards in defensively, especially with Broly, where you're going to be burning yourself at the end of every turn. Being able to mitigate chip damage and not having to give up tempo cards is really, really important. So seeing that turn 1 Paragus is exactly what you want to see. Nice low-cost investment.
Absolutely, as we saw just the 15k swing into life there, and then the 1-drop Piccolo coming down to just draw a card. There is the one that we searched out from Paragus, the Bar, which on play allows you to choose a battle card with a cost of 1 or less in your opponent's battle area and KO it. So immediately getting rid of not only those battle cards as an attacking threat potentially, but also as combo potential. You can use your characters and your battle cards on the board to be able to combo and contribute into boosting up your attacks, as we see the energy marker go away and an attack in now with the 3-drop promo Son Goku.
And yeah, you can really see we're in awakening range as is, but we're just not letting up on the pressure at all. Obviously, we're not currently at the life required to get the extra from that when attacking, but still putting in so much pressure early on. Really trying to make this a quick one and done.
Yeah, we can already see that Broly already down to 2 life right now, and doesn't look like it looks like has now awakened as well. So over on its awakened side for Broly, we're obviously going to get that 5,000 powers boost, but we're also going to have an extra few effects to work with as well, and Ali is going to have a lot of cards in hand as we see an extra getting played out of hand here. Looks like it's the full power. With our life at 2 or less, we get to choose 2 battle cards with the costs of 4 or less in their opponent's battle area and KO them. So wiping the board for Victor here, and then going with another Paragus to get some searches going. Now Broly going to go ahead and activate with its attack to start swinging 20k into the 15, which Victor still currently is at.
And this is where you're seeing a lot of a reactive gameplay here from Ali, not really pushing the tempo back, quite willing to stay because, you know, Broly, known for his overflowing power, is going to be trying to push this once the pressure starts getting a bit harder. This is where you're going to start seeing those costs from hand start to really come up. We're seeing the when attackings, which are adding life to hand to try and even things out and start getting to that kind of low health extra damage that we see from the promo and some of the Son Goku cards. But every single turn we're seeing the board get wiped in response, but we're not going super wide with Son Goku. We're just getting our chip damage in, and whatever happens to the Goku after that happens.
Yeah, and this Son Goku promo so versatile and so strong as well in these early game stages. When attacking once per turn, if your life is at 3 or more, you add 1 card from the life to hand. So what we refer to as a self-awakener, because you're taking damage yourself in order to get you at that 4 or less life range to be able to awaken and unlock that 20,000 power and other bonuses on the other side of the card. But also activate main once per turn. If your leader is Son Goku, we can switch this card to active mode. So essentially we can do it twice across the space of 1 turn.
Yeah, and this is how you're kind of seeing that even though we haven't seen much in the terms of proactive damage from Ali, we're still starting to see that life lead slowly whittle down as we're getting into that awakening range for Son Goku. But the hand's still nice and healthy. Those Paragus searches were making sure that we were actually going really plus in hand. So as we go up to that 4th charge, we're probably going to start to see some variation. Again, that promo Goku cannot make it back. Going to see the 18 dropped.
It's going to be Chile that's going to make its way down here on play. If your leader is Broly and you have 4 energy, you get to play a Broly with a cost of 4 from your hand. And the target here is going to be the 30k Broly. It looks like here, permanent. If your leader is Broly, you get to add 3 to the cost of this card in a battle area. And then when attacking, choose up to 1 battle card with a cost of 1 or less in your opponent's battle area and KO it. And now boosting ourselves really nicely up here. We are getting an extra card into the life here as well from the 8 drop that's come down from FBO6. And this card can't be KO'd once per turn as well on a permanent. So we've got ourselves some heal. We've got ourselves a real big beat stick. And our opponent now only just starting to make their way into awakening range. The power of Broly really starting to shine.
Yeah, it was a little bit slow on the ramp up, but that's why he was kind of playing for this. Happy to take that damage from life to get as many resources in hand as possible. You can see that Broly didn't have to try and slowly ramp up. We were able to make it the legendary Super Saiyan pretty much right off the bat. So this is now going to be a really difficult body to deal with. You're going to have to start seeing that we're not going to get as much focus on life if you want to try and double swing into this Broly to try and take this big 50k beat stick off board. Otherwise, you're going to start going minus in hand defensively quite a bit as you're going to have to combo just to try and stop you from taking as much chip.
Absolutely. Well, now we've got Victor awakening his Son Goku leader. So on his awakened side, not only is he that 20k base, but when attacking once per turn, you get to draw a card, which you get to do with basically many leaders in Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World. But activate main once per turn, you can add 1 card from your life to hand. If you only have cards with the planet Namek in their special traits in your battle area, you switch it to active mode, then this card gets 10,000 power for the turns. The idea here is sort of tempt out with a 20k into 20k first, see what your opponent does, get a combo out of hand, get a combo off of the battle area potentially, or just take a life and then say, okay, now how do you deal with a 30k leader?
Yeah, it's going to be, this is where those early decisions are really going to matter. It's, again, we talk about the hand economy in so many games. It's so relevant in all of the Bandai pieces where the decisions that you made early on, especially with something like your charges, are now no longer something that you can access for a lot of decks. So we're starting to see things nice and simple. Swing with the Goku, start building advantage, as we have done for pretty much every single turn with that Son Goku, awakened or not.
Yeah, absolutely. And another piece of economy that you do have to watch out for in the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion world is a card called the Super Combo. You're only allowed a maximum of 4 cards with the Super Combo in your deck. That's because they are 20,000 power boosts as opposed to potentially the maximum 10,000 power boosts in the combo step, whether that's offensively, as we're seeing here with Victor putting up a lot of combo power in to help try and boost this leader swing up, or defensively as well. So it will be something to keep an eye out for as we go throughout the remainder of this game. And with a combo going as big as this, I can only assume here, Andrew, that this attack is trying to deal with that big 8-drop 50k Broly BR.
Yeah, it was one of the things we were talking about. Like, now that the main body is on board, you risk getting just domed every single turn and really bringing that life down if you don't commit the resources to it. So as much as we're not doing as much consistent damage to life and really pushing the speed of that game, you're dealing with a potential threat. But look how many cards we had to dump from hand to combo in response.
Yeah, and an angry Kamehameha as well, used as an extra in that point as well from Manga Booster 2. You get to activate it during the battle, and then on your turn, or your turn, and if a card is removed from your life during this turn, your card that's in a battle gets plus 30,000 power for it. So a really, really big boost there, as Victor just trying to find some battle cards to be able to actually stick on the board here. We see Piccolo come down to on-play, draw one card. It's also plus 5,000 as a combo, but we're not quite charged up into those higher cost stages. We're not at the 5-drop Son Goku from Manga Booster 2 just yet. We're nowhere near the Son Goku Secret Rare from FBO 5 either. Whereas we've still got Broly down at the moment with this really huge 55,000 power beat stick and this Broly BR Awakened that's able to, during your turn, choose one energy, choose one Broly BR in your battle area and place it into its owner's drop. If you have 4 energy, play up to 1 Broly BR with a cost of 1 greater than the card chosen from this skill from your hand in rest mode. And then also have an inbuilt filter to draw 1 and discard 1 as well.
Which also means that, especially since we have the permanency of that Broly, it means even if we do actually see this Broly get dealt with, there's no reason that we couldn't just immediately see a response straight back. Being able to set up your discard is really, really important for a deck that wants to make it so the constant attackers on board are just going to be that consistent threat. And it makes it feel like even when you make progress, it's 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Absolutely, as we see the 20k lead swing in there, attempted into lead, but the 5k combo of that Piccolo on board just being used, which makes a lot of sense. Utilize it while you've got it. We've seen quite a lot of early removal of some of these lower cost units and battle cards on the board at the moment. But now we're going ahead and seeing a brand new card getting itself played down. We're now also seeing some extras getting played. That looks like it's the instant Kamehameha, the 0 cost extra. Allows you to place 1 energy in your drop, choose a leader or up to 1 of your battle cards, and it's going to get plus 15,000 power for the battle. And it's going to draw a lot of cards out of Victor's hand here to be able to combo. Instant Kamehameha of his own, it looks like, being added in a huge defensive combo chain right now.
Just absolutely racking up those resources. You can see how light the hand is now. We just make sure that the calculations come through, and just 3 left in hand. So it's really, really, really difficult. We're going to see the fist bump.
Yeah, it looks like this one might just be all she wrote here as well. We are all scooped up. We'll get a confirmation of the winner of that game as well, because both players still had some sizable amounts of life in that situation, but it looks like the double striker being on the board might just have been able to go ahead and connect. So it looks like that Broly might have gone ahead and taken away with that game. We'll get confirmation, as I said, in just a moment, but a really, really great display there of Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World.
Yeah, really, really awesome to see kind of how both of these decks making use of that self-burn to dictate their own tempo allowed them to really start pushing some massive numbers towards the end. It's one of the really cool things that you see. Dragon Ball Card Game Fusion World really does feel like those fights that we're so used to seeing in the anime, where it starts really slow, it starts to build up, and you really start to see these resources build. You're like, oh, it can only go up from here, and then it's just, you know, a fireworks show. Just so much power, battle power being dumped into these kind of late stage attacks, and just recognizing when you're kind of out of resources, you're spent, and the board state is looking against you, and just saving a little bit of mental energy for the rest of the day.
Yeah, for sure. And especially with this Broly as well. I know when FBO 6 released, a couple of players in my local scene were looking at this Broly and were really hyping it up with thinking, you know, this is going to be the next big thing. And never really got sort of a major breakthrough, at least from what I can sort of recall from that format. But But now seeing, again, with some of these suspensions happening, nerfing the power of that Majin Buu from not only Manga Booster 1, but also FBO4, and also nerfing the Cell from Manga Booster 1 down quite considerably. These leaders and these decks and strategies that either didn't see really much representation when they were first brought into the game, or did, and then people figured out that these decks are still really, really good, just sort of fell off quite considerably, are having an opportunity to come back and shine.
Yeah, something where you get to actually work with a little bit more of a complex game plan now actually has the space to breathe when you're not getting rushed down so consistently, your board isn't getting taken off every single turn. We did see a lot of removal kind of going attacker for attacker, but these battle cards now that actually have setup like the Broly that we saw that basically got to double Awaken on board, that is something that now actually has the space to breathe, and you get to see this variety. So really looking forward to seeing what else we get to see later on in the day. If you're a Dragon Ball fan, you get to stay tuned as we do have more Dragon Ball coming your way. We're going to be stepping away from Fusion World and heading over to the Masters.
Yeah, absolutely. Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters will be up next, but we will have extra rounds of Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World today, and of course tomorrow, when we'll bring you the grand final and start crowning our champions. But we're a lot way off from that, so don't stay tuned, because coming up next will be action from Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters.
From Dusseldorf to the world. How's it going? I'm Sheldon. I'm your host for the weekend here at the Bandai Card Games Fest in Dusseldorf, Germany. It's my first time in Germany. I'm having a great time. There's thousands of people here enjoying themselves, trying to become champion in their respective games. And I can't wait to see who's crowned. Next, we've got something really special for you. We've got the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters. We're talking deep strategies, combos, all kind of awakenings all over the place. I hope you're at home shouting. I hope you're at home screaming. Obviously, I can't hear you, but I'll be in the background like powering up and everything like that as well because it's going to be intense. I hope you're excited. I can't wait. I think we're gonna kick over there, so I think it's about time to kick it off. You know what I mean? Get ready for the next match.
Ready for you?
Great. Should I keep this?
The microphone?
Yes.
We take it to
Okay.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the desk here for the multi-game stream at Bandai Card Games Fest Dusseldorf Day 1. Ben Fitzpatrick back here with you, joined by a fresh new face. It's Gabby, who's here with us. How are you doing?
I am doing stellar, honestly. I'm so happy to be here. It's an incredible event. The energy is amazing, and so far, none of the matches have been disappointing.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting to see a mirror match there in our first round of Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters, which I think generally is always quite a real treat when you get to see a mirror match happen, because it's not only an expression of how well do you know your deck as a player perspective, but how well do you know how to beat it as well?
Oh, absolutely. So the really interesting part in case of a mirror match is, as you said correctly, you need to know your deck, you need to know the ins and outs, but also you need to know how to play against the player that knows what you're about to do. You know your key turns, you know your key plays, your key points. How do you counter those? Are you even able to counter those? And I think the Zamasu mirror match we saw just now is a great example of both players just knowing what to do, just knowing when to counter. I was so hyped.
Absolutely, especially a deck like Zamasu Fused as well, which can play a little bit differently than what you're typically used to in Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters. So adding that into the equation of like, okay, not only is this a mirror match, but also it's a bit of an awkward mirror match because sometimes you're going to have to pivot away from your Route A game plan to make you have the best chance of going into those next matchups, into the wider field as a whole.
Oh yeah, absolutely correct. And at that point, it just becomes a numbers game now. How do I get the tactical advantage? And of course, at the end of the day, tech cards do play a role here and there, of course. But yeah, you're absolutely spot on.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to bring into the first loop round of the games that we're seeing at the moment with the Gundam card game, Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World, and Masters as well. Don't worry, Digimon fans, the game will be coming up later on in the day for you as we dive further and further into the Swiss rounds here on day 1. But as I said, that means that we're going to loop back round. So we're going to have the Gundam card game coming up next. And this being the biggest event since really the game was sort of launched and showcase. You take us back to this time a year ago, at Bandai Card Games Fest in Utrecht. It was beta season at that point.
Yeah, that was crazy. As a matter of fact, I was there last year for the beta events to help make things go a bit smoothly, make sure that everyone had a great time, really getting the feeling of, oh, I'm a pilot, I am making sure that I'm protecting my Earth Federation or my Xeon or my Operation Meteor G team. And not only that, we had Mr. Nishimura on stage last year to showcase everything, which was very, very exciting. And to realize that we've come such a long way to here, where this, as you said correctly, is the biggest Gundam event of the year. It's absolutely unbelievable for me, and we are being spoiled as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember last year, that panel, I was stood in the audience watching that panel, watching some of those beta packs getting opened up as well by yourself, by Nishimura-san, and by Taj as well, a good friend of both of ours as well. And I was getting even more excited. And there's even a bigger reason to be excited as well this weekend, because with Bandai Card Games Fest, it's a celebration. We want to come together and enjoy the Bandai Card Game catalog. So that means some cool, shiny goodies that are on display and available as well.
You are absolutely correct. And as a matter of fact, I have brought some of those pretty shiny goodies.
Oh.
But before I reveal any of that, I'm getting the feeling that the reason that you're leading us into this conversation is because you brought some of your own. Is that correct?
I do. Yes, I do have a very shiny card as a part of the Bandai Card Games Fest. There tends to be some cool exclusive product that is available here at the venues in the different celebrations around the world. And one of those is the Gundam card game. And we have the Soletta and Miorine Playmat plus EX Resource promo set that I was able to be a part and get a hold of. So what we are showing off here is the EX Resource itself, featuring Soletta and Miorine themselves. And this card is absolutely gorgeous. Not only is it the beautiful foiling, but it's also textured as well.
Yeah, that is one of the things that is absolutely amazing about the Gundam card game. When it comes to foil cards, you don't just get a shiny card. You get an actual genuine upgrade from what you normally would get in a pack. And this EX resource is a stellar example of how great the card quality is. I mean, I love the artwork. I love the fact that it is a bit of layering in there. And as a matter of fact, it's funny you mentioned the fact that you brought the Solidity Arena EX card, because I wanted to show off something I pulled recently.
Okay.
Which is
the
Witch
glorious.
and the Bride.
That is absolutely glorious. I think at my Mission 1 new type challenge, as we were getting some participation from our local game store, by the way, new type challenges, keep an eye out for their Mission 3 new type challenges. I believe signups are getting posted and up to date very, very soon. But in Mission 1, I was sat a couple of tables down from somebody, opening their participation packs, and they pulled that Witch and the Bride card on the table. I was very, very jealous and very, very envious. The artwork, as you say, continues to just stun and amaze in the Gundam card game.
I fully agree, but I'll have to be transparent with you. I'm not trading this away.
No, of course not. Of course not. I would not. And I respect the fact that you are playing that card as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you get the shiny stuff, you've got to play it. I've got a couple of alternate art duo Maxwell pilots that I've got in my green-white deck at the moment. I've kept these level 6 Death Scythe Legend Rares in the deck at the moment, purely for that fact, to play the duo Maxwells in the list as well.
Of course. Wow, that is stellar. I need to take a look at that soon. As a matter of fact, we still need to get a game in this weekend.
Do.
So we do have to make time for that somewhere.
Yeah.
However, before we do that, I wanted to show us some more cards.
Okay.
Now, saying in the vibe of the Witch and the Bride, recently, also from GDO1, I pulled a resource.
Oh.
And not just any resource, an alternate resource. And not just any alternate resource. We have
Ariel.
It is a bit shiny as well. Once again, that texturing, as you mentioned, it is so pretty.
It's amazing. I love these foil resources and the alternate treatment resources in the game as well. Getting one of those per box is really, really great to be able to just grab yourself a booster box and go, okay, I'm going to get myself one of these really cool resources. I've almost got myself a full foil resource deck with some of the beta resources as well from the set, the Amuro with Pilot, the headshot style resources that you'll be able to get by participating in the competitive scene of the Gundam card game. They are really, really spectacular.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think that is one of the things that I once again really, really like about a lot of the Bandai games, and specifically the Gundam card game in this situation, is an extra layer and an extra level of player expression. So, of course, you can build your deck to reflect the playstyle you like, and you can add some text and some strategies and some packages based on characters you like. But not only that, you can go the extra mile. You can say, okay, instead of just having regular resources, if I like the Witch and the Bride, I'm going for those Gundam aerial resources. If I like the OG, just if I'm going for Universal Century, I'm going for the RX-78 resources, that sort of stuff. And not only that, then you can also chase the full arts for example, if you love Gundam Unicorn, I did, as a matter of fact, bring a full art Gundam Unicorn. It is a bit hard to see, but it is absolutely wonderful because, as I said, player expression, I love Gundam Unicorn.
And that's the thing as well. I think there's so much in it for everybody in terms of when they joined the franchise as a fan of Gundam in general. You have those fans that have been, you know, with the original series all the way, have been with the 1 Year War, have seen Char and Amuro duke it out. But then you've got those options for the newer fans as well, like myself, that's come in with things like The Witch from Mercury, Iron-Blooded Orphans, and G-Quack, some of the newest entries into the Gundam franchise as a whole as well. There's a ton of support for those franchises, and with more releases slated as well, there's going to be more support to come.
Oh yeah, I can't wait for everything they're going to add. That being said, I do want to ask you, what is your favorite team? What is your favorite mobile? I have so many questions. Who's your favorite pilot? But if there's anything you would love to see in the card game or to be added to the card game, what would that be?
That's a really good question. I suppose there's a couple of different ways that I can answer this question. There's one in terms of the actual franchise, in terms of more support for the new IPs and stuff like that. I'd love to see more Academy stuff actually come into the game. We got quite a solid Academy package in GD01 with Soletta, with the aerial rebuild and things like that. A little bit of extra boost in GD02, but give me more, especially with how good the Soletta Mercury pilot is. Being able to reactivate a resource when it attacks is just so strong.
Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. I feel like the Soletta pilot is currently being slept on. The fact that you, essentially you get to pilot it for 0 because the resource you're spending, you're immediately activating if you're attacking on that same turn. And then from there on out, if you help it manage to survive via blockers, via combat tricks such as Unforeseen Incident, as we've been seeing before. At that point, it just generates extra free resources. So I feel like that pilot is really being slept on.
Yeah, I agree. And we've seen quite a few recently different either blue-white lists or red-white lists also that have become a little bit more intent on going in with a little bit of an Academy package. You've seen a couple of those aerial rebuilds and some of the extra commands coming into the deck as well. So I'm certainly hopeful that's something that's going to get fleshed out from a not only fan's perspective as someone who enjoys The Witch from Mercury, but also from a playability standpoint. The other way that I could go down that question as well is in terms of things I'd like to see from a game design and a sort of a game expression overall is some different ways to actually win in the game. An alternate win condition could be really, really cool. Over at the One Piece card game, there's a couple of different alternate win conditions that are in at the moment. The Nami leader, who was recently reworked with her promo, and also 10-cost Goldie Rogers secret rare, allowing you to win if your opponent activates a blocker and either player has 0 life. So something in that kind of fashion, I think, could be really, really cool.
That sounds absolutely incredible. Well, hopefully it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Maybe next year we'll be sitting here again and, hey, you would have been right and we'll see that win the tournament. Hey.
If that happens and I have the opportunity to be casting that again, you will not hear the last of me. You're certainly not going to be hearing the last of me throughout the day as well, because we've got plenty more action still to cover throughout day 1 of this Bandai Card Games Fest multi-stream. So don't go anywhere, because as promised, we'll be coming back very, very soon with more Gundam card game and other TCG action. Stay with us. Hello everybody and welcome back to the desk here for the Bandai Card Game Fest multi-stream in Day 1 here in Dusseldorf. Ben and Gabby sticking with you, and we are sticking with the Gundam card game as well. We are getting into what is now round 5 of the Day 1 main event tournament, and things really starting to heat up in those top tables as players look for those all-important final wins to get to Day 2 tomorrow.
Absolutely, and you see the cream of the crop rising to the top, even in round 5 already, because here you see players anticipating what to expect, what's going to come. For example, we saw that the Shenlong package is very popular for Wing Zero currently. How do you play around that sort of stuff? The top players have thought about this. They're already 2 or 3 steps ahead, and we see that in the deck list of both of these players.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a really great matchup, especially with one of the players that we're going to be able to feature here as well, Jordy Wang, who has already top 8'd an offline regional this season, earning his spot in the finals, earning that beautiful Wing Zero playmat as well to boot. I saw him carrying the playmat in hand before coming on over to our feature match. Rightfully so, with that playmat, he's representing Green White Wing.
I mean, at that point, you have no choice. If you win that playmat, you need to represent. So, credit there. Credit where credit is due. Absolutely great. And hey, at the end of the day, Wing Zero is still Wing Zero. It is most likely going to do Wing Zero things. What do you expect of this matchup?
Well, it's going to be an interesting one because he's going to be going up against a deck that has traditionally, at least in the initial stages of its color pairing doing well, was seen to be the foil of Green White Wing. It's blue-green 1 year war. It's aggro time.
Oh, so they're going to be fast enough. So that Wing Zero might not even hit the board this game.
If this goes the way that Kevin is wanting it to, that Wing Zero is not deploying whatsoever. You can see the players getting themselves set up. It's going to be Jordy who will be going first without that EX resource, and Kevin going second. So both players here arguably on their favored curves in terms of the level. Kevin in Green White Wing with that level advantage, wanting to get to those level 6 or higher quicker. But for Green Blue 1 year war, having the opportunity to go first means that your level 2, your turn 2, will be a permanent turn 2. It's not a case of, like with Kevin, where if you use that EX resource on what will be turn 1 for him going into level 2, it will go away and drop down. He will have them permanently and be able to go a very scary double 1-drop line with something like Zaku 2 or GM.
Oh yeah, absolutely correct. And as you noted down perfectly, your level 2 is going to be a permanent level 2, which means that normally if you would go second, if you have that EX resource, sure, you are able to deploy your Zaku 2 on turn 1. If you have the right Zaku 2, it would be able to boost itself to 3 AP to get rid of that EX space. However, you need to be careful, because if you spend that second resource, that's just gone. You might have just, quote-unquote, wasted a level. Do you really want to do that? So you constantly, every turn, need to take that into consideration. So much rather, because you are going on the offensive and nothing but the offensive, you much rather go first anyway.
Yeah, so we are underway here. Neither player having anything to do on turn 1, but now Kevin going to start to dial up the aggression a little bit. We do get that double 1-drop at level 2. We have Gun Tank as well as Zaku 2 on the board there. And I believe that is the starter deck Zaku 2 that's on board. So this is the one that will get the AP boost when it goes ahead and attacks. There is the swing. There's the clear of the EX base. And that's exactly why you want to see it.
And even with the burst of Hiro Yui going to Jordy's hand, I mean, this is a great spot for Kevin. As you said perfectly, it was the right Zaku 2. Immediately with the gun tank, instead of using the pin damage, just going on the offensive. Once again, just swarming the board with 2 more units, another Zaku 2, and not just any Zaku 2, Shah's Zaku 2 in addition to that. That is some good presence on the board.
Yeah, Chaz Zaku 2. No link pair to go along with it here, though, just favoring the sheer numbers game. Either that or there's just no Cha as an able pilot in hand to be able to get that link pair going, giving the AP boost, getting high maneuver if it's a link unit. But most importantly, during pair, when that Chaz Zaku 2 gets destroyed, it spits out a token unit after as well. So not only does it give you the opportunity to swing in for big damage, especially if you get a base in the way, it also leaves some residual units that your opponent has to deal with. We see the EX resource being burned here for Geordie, and that's because we are going to see this Sword Strike Gundam getting down, link paired with the Earth Alliance traded pilot of Kira Yamato, getting an attack in and bouncing away one of those dangerous units.
Absolutely detrimental turn. That really set Kevin back a notch. However, quickly going back to this Shazaku 2 story we were just talking about. So, as you mentioned perfectly, this is the numbers game. In the early game, you do want to swap. But what I'm wondering is, lately you've seen a trend of people waiting to use their Shah Aznable pilot. They are just going for the numbers game. They're just swarming. And then once the shield area has been whittled down, then you start linking the Shah because of that high maneuver that you mentioned so perfectly. I'm wondering, is Kevin doing the same? Even though if he's playing an aggro game, is he being patient?
Yeah, I like the idea of that as we see a swing into shield area there by the Zaku 2. There goes a Wing Gundam 0. Now Anksha coming down here as well with Gun Tank and a second Gun Tank as well to clear the way of that link pair. But you're right, I like the idea and the concept of that because traditionally, especially now with GD02 with Wing decks, seeing the inclusion of cards like Rick Diaz, Ale Strike Gundam, potentially all the way up into things like Freedom Gundam as well as a late-stage blocker, their answer to this early aggression is these low-stage blocker units until you get up to those level 6 or higher and you can start Wing Gundam, swinging into the active units, then Wing Zeroing as well. So I like your idea there that we think that Kevin is going down. Play kind of a two-pronged offensive game. Go into the board, clearing things up with the Anksha double gun tank, and also taking a little bit of chip damage into the shield area so that when we do find those Char Aznable link pairs, we could go with a surprise swing, potentially for game if it's going well enough.
You are absolutely spot on. I think this analogy is the same reason why some of the Wing Zero players have opted to go for a small Shenlong Gundam Chang Wu Fei package. At the end of the day, blockers are the name of the game in this GDO2 meta. How do you counter that? Already, Shah Aznable has that high maneuver on attack, and in the case of Shenlong Gundam, of course, you go for the Shenlong Gundam with the breach and the damage. However,
we've got a big issue going on here because that link pair of the RX-78 being able to rest down the paired blocker there, and Kevin just giving an opportunity to swing into the shield area. There is a burst. If this isn't burst based, we could just be out of the game here.
That is already it!
Wow!
My days, we've just been talking and the game's over.
Green, blue, 1 year war doing exactly what it needs to do there, and this has been the way that this deck has been able to take out green, white, wing. It had traditionally been seen in the late stage GD01 format as the pure counter to it. No bases on the board, no blockers, and not enough blockers to be able to help contest that early to mid-game strategy. And once again, how many times, Gabby, are we going to say it? RX-78, link pair Amaro, bye-bye blocker, and bye-bye game.
Yeah, absolutely. We've kept talking about high maneuver. We kept talking about, oh, the name of the game is blockers. But speaking of high maneuver, at the end of the day, when you look at Amuro Ray as a pilot with his effect to rest an HP 5 or less unit, that is not just high maneuver. You are essentially opening the gates for your entire field to just go into that shield area.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's always so awkward. I think the only base that we saw out of Geordie there was actually the Agama base, which first and foremost a really interesting and cool inclusion from GD02. It's a base that gets protected by effect damage, so the breach keyword doesn't work against it. There's also a card in GD02 called the Mobius Peacemaker team that does burn damage directly to the base, the first of its kind without it being a keyword that does burn damage into a base. So really cool insulation idea. But I look down at the list now and there's one very important base that I don't see in here. There's no underground desert base.
That is really interesting because that is, at the end of the day, once again, that numbers game we were talking about. So in the first round, we saw Gundam Wing breaching for 5. At the end of the day, underground desert base, mining asteroid Palau, similar example, 6 HP. So even with that breach 5, or in this case, against aggro strategies, you would not have enough, because that 1 HP surprisingly matters so much, especially when you take into consideration AP reductions effects, such as on Unforeseen Incident.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also makes some of those pairs and link pairs just a little bit out of reach as well, when you can potentially pair up with a +2/+1 pilot, and if you're going into a 5 HP base, if your unit is 3 HP naturally, that traditionally is enough to clear a base. But with something like Underground Desert Base, it just fixes and offsets that math a little bit to say, hey, you need one more piece of damage. You need to waste one more attacker into the base if you want to clear it, because in the Gundam card game, extra damage on a base card doesn't spill over into the shield area. It all just gets soaked in. So if your only other card on board is, say, like an Anxia, for example, at 3 AP, that's 2 wasted AP that's just going to go nowhere else.
No, you are absolutely correct. But because of this numbers game, I do then again, circling back to these base choices, perhaps not an Underground Desert base, but I do like the choice of Agama as a thing, because at the end of the day, what is essentially happening here, to my guess at least, is they're trying to next level the tournament.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, looking online, looking at local tournaments, looking anywhere related to the Gundam card game, Shenlong package has been becoming more popular. As a result, Breach is more and more relevant. So how do you counter that? Sure, you can go for more blockers, you can go for more combat tricks, but at the end of the day, Breach will still go through unless you choose for this Agama. So that is really interesting.
Yeah, it's certainly a really, really big meta call here, and being able to bring green-white wing, which was always going to be one of the expected decks to do well here this weekend in these Gundam card game regional championships. But once again, the counter to it has proven clear. This deck, blue-green, has been dominating across multiple regions in the Gundam card game in its early days and in its early succession. Is it going to be crowned a winning deck yet again this weekend? Or will somebody be able to topple it? We will be able to find out throughout the course of the weekend, and I hope that you join us as well while we're doing that. Don't go too far, though. We have plenty more action to bring you across the Bandai Card Games catalog here today. That will continue with our next action very, very soon. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back. Hello everybody and welcome back to the multi-stream desk here for Bandai Card Games Fest Dusseldorf on day one. Ben and Niklas here now back with me to continue some Gundam card game coverage. Niklas, how you doing?
I'm doing absolutely stellar. That last round was exhilarating to watch, but also it was one of the, let's say, El Clasico outcomes, right?
Yeah.
We have the wing deck struggling to stabilize and go to the late game and destroy the entire field of the one-year war deck. Did not happen. It was way too fast. Over in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, absolutely. So blue-green continuing
Did
to
somebody
show.
say Gundam?
We did. Oh, hello, Shell.
Hey,
Very,
what's
very
up?
good to see
How's
you.
it going?
We're doing well. We're doing well. Well, let's get your take on things.
Yeah.
How have you enjoyed the Gundam card game
Very
so
much
far?
so. We were talking about the Gundam Death Size just a little bit earlier,
were.
which is my favorite Gundam.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Very, very good to hear, good to see. It's one of the cards that I've been a big fan of as
Yeah.
well in my green-white wing deck that a lot of players have actually taken away from their wing strategies recently.
I got to say, I actually hold a special place in my heart for the Gundam card game because, as you know, last year we announced it
Yeah.
live on the stage, and that was very exciting.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
So, you know, seeing people now actively playing it, really enjoying it, it's really cool because I was like, yes, I told you about that. It was me. It was I.
You were the herald of it all.
Hear ye, hear ye. The Gundam cometh.
Yes. Big giant mech suits are about to stomp down and cause a lot of carnage, and they're going to in our next feature match as well. We're going to have blue-green back on the feature match, but against a different form of blue-white here as well. How happy are you and how much do you enjoy the Academy style of decks and the Witch from Mercury?
I'm just you know what? I'm just nerding out over the card art at the moment. I'm just looking at it on the screen. It's like, wow.
Look how fierce and intimidating these mobile suits are, right?
Every time I go to Tokyo, I have to make a mini pilgrimage to the Gundam.
Don't
there.
blame you.
Yeah. Until they moved it to Osaka, and then I went there.
Well, looks like we're going to be about to get ourselves underway here. We have Nimchi, who is playing the green-blue one-year war aggro style of deck, and Christos is going to be playing the blue-white style of control deck. We've got Christos here playing Overflowing Affection on turn 2, getting that early filter nice and handily. And now Nim here going to swing in, clearing away that EX base, and will continue to pile on the pressure as we saw in the last round. Zaku to vanilla, and only Zaku to vanilla. And into the next turn we go. How are you expecting this kind of matchup to play out here, Niklas?
So I think that usually it's going to look sort of grim for the blocker deck because they're trying to stabilize and they're trying to impede the advance of the aggro deck. And the aggro deck can quickly diminish those shield area cards to, let's say, 2-3 shields left, and then all they need is a couple of high maneuvers, and then the game is over. But that is perhaps more of an illusion sometimes. Oh, and we see the amazing burst of the Armor Ray. Perfect, because that's going to mean that the blue-white deck is going to be able to potentially deploy the Grandpa Gundam on curve. However,
yeah, just want to make sure as well that the resources on Nimchi's side of the board are rested. It is something that needs to be sort of kept track of because of the action step, and because with active commands, active resources are certainly live and scary, so keep an eye on that one there. But yeah, as you say, Nimchi doing a very, very strong job at the moment of being able to clear board state and also get some chip damage into the shield area. With that RX-78 link pair using the EX resource to do so, we are now going to have our own RX-78 link pair going on, which is going to deal with that Zaku too.
yes. So we see Christos here. He's forcing Nimchi to either deal with Christos' RX-78 with Nimchi's own RX-78, or Nimchi is going to decide, you know what, I'm just going to continue going into the shield area cards. However, he does decide to first soften up the RX-78, and then we see the Angsha combined with the gun tank to finish off the RX-78. So wonderful. Gets to deploy additional units, get rid of a unit, and go wide on the field.
Yeah, but Christos there bursting a Kira Yamato pilot up into hand.
Which is perfect because now he's on his 5 resource turn, level 5, so he has the Kira Yamato link to bounce back the Angsha, and then he can get rid of the RX-78 and take significantly less damage because of the -2 AP. Perfect response to that situation.
Yeah, really good response. However, Christos is only at 3 cards in his shield area right now. Nimchi has done well to put the early aggression on. We are going to see the swing base getting burst. The Nahel Agama coming out of the shield area, which will take one of those shield cards into hand and then chooses an enemy unit with 3 or less HP and rests it. Unfortunately, not too necessary in this situation. But now we see the link pair, Cha Zaku 2 and the Cha as an able pilot to high maneuver and clear the base in one attack as well. And then Aksha coming down, just do a little bit of extra damage onto that rested Ale Strike and put Christos on a very, very scary clock.
Yes, now the ball is in Christos' side of the field. Now he needs to find some way of stabilizing, because if you look at Nimche's hand, it is starting to dwindle. He only has 2 cards left in hand. He does, however, get the search off of the Zaku 2 if it gets destroyed. So maybe now Christos would probably not like to return that Zaku 2 to hand because it would be together with the pilot. He's just going for the straight up destroy through battle.
Yeah, which I think makes the most sense here. Like you say, you're not immediately losing to a potential link play here if one of those shield area cards is the Cha as enable. We searched out, I believe, another copy of the Cha Zaku 2 there from the destroyed effect. We're now going to overflowing affection. This might be Christos here trying to dig for some more answers and make sure that he's not just losing to the remaining 2 units that are on the board. Seeing a lot of resources paid for here. This looks like might be another link play.
Yes.
It is.
There we go. Make sure to get rid of 2 units at once, because I think I saw another Char Asnable in the hand of Nimche, and we saw him just grab that Char Secretary, so we know he has the guaranteed link play.
And also drawing for turn here as well, the Amuro Ray pilot. So if there was a possibility for a double link pair turn, then we could be seeing the game just finish off right here. Instead, it is just going to be the Corsica base. So giving us an extra time, giving us an extra unit on the board, because this is the first instance of Corsica base being played. So the 4-2 token will join the fray. And now what else will Nimchi do?
He has 3 sources left available to him. So he's going for the Angsha to ping the Ale Strike. And with the remaining...
no one-drop resource or one-drop unit, which is a bit of a shame here, because I would have liked the idea to get that final extra unit in play, whether it was a GM, whether it was a Zaku 2 of some description.
Just a gun tank.
Yeah, exactly. Just to say to your opponent, okay, I have game on board if you can't deal with 2 of these units and everything's active. So you either have to bounce something away or deal with some extra, put some blockers down and things like that. But then you run into the opportunity of G-Fighter potentially coming down, giving a white base team unit high maneuver during this turn and sailing over that. Christos, though, does have an answer of some description. RX-78 link pair going to rest down that 4-2 token.
Yes, he will take 4 damage. However, with the repair 2 on the Grandpa Gundam, he will be safe from ping damage from another Angsha or another gun tank. So hopefully this is going to be what is stabilizing the board for Christos. Because, as you mentioned earlier, Nimchi, all he wants to do right now is go as wide as possible and produce more units than Christos has in terms of blockers.
Yeah, but now Christos has got that Rick Diaz in play, and with a value engine pilot underneath it, Soletta Mercury. We promised some Academy pilots action and some Academy traded action here in this matchup. We've got it now with the Soletta, and that's going to be able to reactivate 1 resource anytime that it attacks. With it being a blocker, maybe not a huge instance on it going and attacking, wants to defend with it maybe, but gives Christos the opportunity at the very least.
And you had the absolute perfect foresight, Ben. Just look at what Nimche is doing. He is being patient. He knows that he just needs to go wide. If he top decks something like an armor array, can get rid of an additional blocker, and we know he has access to another high maneuver attack with that Char as Nabal in hand. So I think Nimche is showing true skill here. He knows he needs to play disciplined right now because he is so close to victory, and there's no reason to do any unnecessary attacks right now. Right now, it's about the quality of the attacks.
Yeah, Christos here taking his time first off with this turn, showing some resolve, so drawing a couple of cards here to maybe find some more of those options. We are going to see Rick Diaz go in for a swing here, which will look to clear the base and then also get the restored resource. Now here comes the Gundam aerial rebuild from GD02. Itself has high maneuver, and during pair, while there are 4 or more command cards in the trash, this unit is going to gain blocker. Doesn't look like we've got a pilot to pair it with right now at the very least, however. We're keeping one resource open, maybe for something like Unforeseen Incident in the action step to essentially negate one of the attacks that Nimchi is going to present, if it's going to be with the Chazaku 2 or with the Anksha. Gelgoog will still get there with a 4-3 stat line, so it'll only reduce it down to 1 AP if it's an attack in towards shield area. So a couple of different options that we've got going for here. Instead, Christos, though, is going to go with the pair for Kira Yamato. Might have just been checking beforehand just how many commands.
And we saw the Amuro Ray. We talked about it 2 turns earlier. Amuro Ray is going to be able to negate one of these blockers, and as we can see, the Ale Strike is damaged, so it is going to be rested. Wonderful burst here for Nimche.
Ooh.
And we get the Archangel Blaze.
But it's not going to matter.
No.
Because the swing in with the paired Anksha is going to clear the base, and then the Gelgoog will deal the rest of the way. Unfortunately, it looks like that was the case, that there weren't enough command cards to turn that Gundam aerial rebuild into a blocker. So Nimchi, off of his top 4 finish from Utrecht Offline Regionals, continuing his strong early Gundam card game performance and career with another win here in day 1 of the regional championships.
Yeah, I mean, Nimche just showcased truly remarkable aggro skills here. He knew when to go aggressive, he knew when to be patient, and that just serves to show he knows his deck in and out. He knows what it is capable of and what it is able to resist, and when he needs to bide his time and accumulate the right resources in order to go for the final attack. And we saw that almost scripted unfold here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it just shows to the strength of that RX-78 and the Armor Ray. It shows to the strength of this deck in generally as well, especially with Chazaku 2, because it is such a scary unit. In the Gundam card game right now, there's not an abundance of cards that let you search the top 3 or 5 cards of the deck. There's this, there's Path to Victory or Defeat, there's the Age System card as well in GD02. Those are the only ones that really stand out at the moment in the Gundam card game. And the biggest benefit of Chazaku 2 is that that search is on a body and it activates when you're destroyed. So it's either you play around that search and don't give your opponent the opportunity to do so, but constantly are taking 3 damage a turn, or you swing into it and give your opponent an opportunity to go, oh, okay, here's the Xeon or Neo Xeon unit that I need to go with a pilot that's been stuck in my hand or has been burst.
Yeah, and another amazing part about the card is it's not restricted from finding itself.
Yeah.
So if you're quote-unquote lucky enough, you can just keep chaining these units, and it's, as you mentioned, is just when destroyed, not even when paired then destroyed. So this unit, it can just keep on piling and make sure that the aggro deck has enough resources, in this case, cards in hand to continue the momentum. Because as we saw towards the final parts of the game there, had Christos gotten more Ale Strikes to bounce units back to hand, he might actually have been able to leverage that into a winning position for him, because his board was actually getting kind of wide. So in a sense, Nimche was also kind of fighting against the clock, because as I alluded to at the beginning of the match, it's all about stabilizing for the blue and white deck, and then they just eat up all the shields in 1 or 2 turns.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also, like, touching back on the blue-white deck as well, there's some great tools in here to try and help target and deal with that aggro-style matchup, especially in the Hell Argama. It's a base that's become into favor quite a lot recently. Unfortunately for Christos, when he did see it, in Burst, there was nothing to target and nothing to rest down to get that extra bit of leverage, like you were saying, that he was managed to find with some of the Owl Strike pairs in those early to mid-game stages.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was definitely a showcase of Nemche sequencing his turn, right?
Yes.
It's very easy to think, oh, I'm definitely going to spend all of these resources playing these cards. No, wait. First I attack, because then I mitigate the odds of any disturbing bursts happening. And that was the case. He played perfectly around any potential disturbing bursts.
And that is a big aspect as well that you can really elevate with your Gundam card gameplay. Once you've got your hands on the game, start to understand the fundamentals, the really top players, the players that are fighting at XO, X1 right now and are trying to get into Day 2 tomorrow, have that sequencing element down to a T, because it is a game that is very, very easy to learn, but is very difficult to master, because one wrong move, one attack declared too early, one wrong unit played down too early, you could get punished really, really strongly, and it could end up costing you the entire game turns down the line.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Like, one of the things that I see some players underestimate is the fact that you do not need to attack every single time you're able to, especially during those close games, because let's say you have 4 units on field. Your opponent has 5 shields. Do you need to reduce them to 1 shield and then risk them getting a pilot off of burst so that they potentially can go for a game on their turn? Maybe then only attack twice to make sure that you reduce the amount of RNG that can happen in favor of your opponent.
Yeah, it's a trap that I've fallen into myself as well, as a human and as a player. Not perfect, despite the amount of times that I'll try and preach it here on the casting desk. But during New Type Challenge Mission 1, I was playing in a green-white wing mirror match. I had my opponent down to, I think, 1 card left in the shield area. I thought, yeah, you know what? They've got like 2 cards left in hand. I'll put a swing into the shield area. I've got a unit ready that will be able to swing into board and close out the game. And if they do want to try and get rid of my unit that's rested, I've got shields available. I lost to top deck link pair because that final shield was a pilot that jumped into hand. So learn from my mistakes. Be careful of that burst mechanic and those pilots that can jump out and surprise you. But we've still got plenty more stuff to bring you here on day 1 of Bandai Card Games Fest here from the multi-stream. Not just from us, but also from our partner stream with the One Piece card game over at One Piece Card Game Central. They have been streaming the entire day's play of day 1 of the Season 2 Championship Finals. So by all means, pull them up as well, but have them on a second screen. You're not going to miss out on this, because I believe coming up next for us, it might be time to open the digital gate, because it's Digimon time. So we'll be with that very soon.
Welcome back from the break, everyone. We're taking over the broadcast with Digimon here at Bandai Cardfest in Dusseldorf. Y'all know me, y'all love me. It's Elixir on the mic, or Andrew, and I'm joined by Gavio. Welcome to the stream.
Thank you so much for having me for Digimon.
Yeah, it's great. Obviously, you know, a seasoned Gundam caster like yourself. Multi-talented is how we describe the casters here. We're going to be looking at some very talented players coming up soon. People that are familiar with the European scene, you'll have seen these guys on stream plenty of times. And we're getting to see a little bit of new versus old, a deck that was reimagined quite recently as of the back of the newest release that's actually available and legal for play today. We've got Sakuyamon coming up.
Oh.
And Old Faithful. Whenever my deck gets hit and I need to look to a new pivot, draw one, trash one always does got me. We've got Leviamon, also piloted by a very, very familiar player. We've got Jill and Jacob starting off round 5.
All right, so I know a little bit about Sakuyamon, or Sakuyamon. I do know a little bit less about Leviamon antibody. As you said, of course, draw one, discard one, always does the trick. However, can you guide me a little bit through the plays here? Yeah,
so the game plan for Levia is very, very simple. All the purple cards pretty much are draw one, trash one. What we're going to be looking to do is build up either a 4 or a 5, setting up many delay options. Actually, kind of the game plan for both of them, to the point that Sakuya actually recently did have some of its ability to kind of abuse these delays removed. But as you can see, the name of the game is keep the number small. We're going to be playing really, really close to the net with the memory gauge here. For those of you that are coming over from One Piece, coming over from Gundam, the resource system, very similar to other games where you have a finite resource system. You can do as much as you want as long as you can afford it. Once you pass over 0, not landing on 0, then you end up passing over turns. So we're going to be putting down a memory floodgate here, which isn't quite going to be the floodgate that we're looking for to deal with Jacob's board right now, but realistically just kind of looking cursory at his hand. We're probably not going to be pushing this Renamon up just yet, but I stand corrected.
Oh, there it is. So does that mean we're already going to push to, for example, OTK in a few turns, or are we actually just being threatening here? Because I know that Sakuya does love to go for its various amount of options. I mean, at the end of the day, especially with the support from Amethyst Mandala, you get the ability to go for these options again and again and again. So what is going to happen here?
For this one, we're lacking Rikas in this sort of situation. Older Sakuyamon builds would have been looking to have the Rika, so that way when you're using options, you're able to get some of this memory back. But now the lethal line for Sakuya actually starts a little bit sooner. We're going to be looking to go into the Taumon. Just one, to play some removal, so that way the using options isn't going to have the memory gate floodgate stopping it. So we're just going to put that DP minus down there, and then this means that we actually are pretty much unimpeded as we go into security from this point.
So at this point, we're just basically Frosty, and we're going for security check after security check after security check. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's generally the name of the game here. So this one's actually making use of the new Taumon. So there are minus 3k DP comes on the when digivolving, and when we actually choose to go sideways here with an attack, that's where we start to see the general combo chain. But we are missing the Rika from the looks of it, so I think we're choosing to recognize that Jill's not really in a position to get it. Double reveal of the Rika off of the training here, and thanks to the memory floodgate being removed, we can now gain memory off of non-Digimon effects. We do get to keep turn here on 0.
That is actually wonderful. As you said, play close to the net. Name of the game is keep the numbers small so that your opponent doesn't get out of hand too easily, too fast. I feel like both players are well aware, especially considering the fact that we are in this round and both players have been performing absolutely stellar through the entire event so far. So I think that is just going to continue to happen.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for Jacob that he wasn't able to find the Rika sooner. Actually, putting 3 in front of Levia feels really bad in general, especially because we have that memory boost banked, able to push from 3 to 5 without spending anything. But very, very similar here. It looks like we're missing some of the resources. We're going to use a training. The Wisdom training, reveal top 2 cards, add a purple card to hand. It looks like we're going to pick the Levia over the Cerberus X antibody, which either implies that we have a 5 in hand. We're missing the protoform though, which is really frustrating.
Ooh, so both players just trying to look for that last key piece that finally start exploding, to finally go for that piece of game that we've been talking about where we can just relentlessly keep security checking. So I'm wondering, at that point, does that mean, does that change your game plan a lot as the Leviamon player in this situation?
Yeah, so I think Jill recognizing that he was staring down like the barrel had to just extend. We did actually have a protoform in hand, but it looks like we're missing a level 4. So choosing to drop the Leviamon has an on-play and a when digivolving that deletes the lowest, well, deletes the highest, and then if they have more Digimon and Tamers, also deletes the lowest. So deletes that one target that was on board, just because the turn that we had here was a turn where he just pushed out of raising, so Jacob wasn't going to be able to push out a rookie and then start comboing from there. This would put him on an off turn, which is why he felt comfortable spending that much memory to, one, clear the threat so the level 5 couldn't then combo off an OTK, but two, even if he does build on board here, he's not in danger. Sakuya doesn't have the ability to give itself rush generally, so you know that even if they make another one, you're not so far behind that a Levia that sticks around can't just then punish.
That is absolutely true. So that is very interesting. However, in the meantime, as we just saw, and as is being played currently, Jacob did find another copy of Rika. So that is on the board currently. That does mean that we do get to have the chance to manipulate our memory a little bit. Hopefully we find the other Rika as well, so we can genuinely manipulate the memory a bit more. Does that mean that finally, and once again, I keep asking this because I do love to see that at some point because I love Sakuyamon as a deck. Are we going to see the explosion?
See, if this was a turn where we did have the rush body, then yeah, I think we're actually in a whole lot of trouble if you're on the Levia side. But because this was a body that was played this turn, we don't have their ability to attack, so we're just going to -3 the rookie, which to me implies that we're not on to... We haven't found the Amethyst Mandala, like, you know, the title card, because that's where you can start putting some serious DP minus down, and that's where we'd be able to maybe target down the Levia. So just going to shrink the small body first, and then we kind of go from there.
Absolutely exciting stuff. In the meantime, we do see one of the various option cards that Sakuyamon has to its wide arsenal of, well, once again, options. High-speed plug-in H, if I'm not mistaken. For people unaware, that is, while you have a Tamer, you can ignore this card's color requirements, security until your end. One of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers can suspend, then add this card to the hand. But however, it is about the main effect that matters, because you may link this card to one of your Digimon without paying the cost, then one of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers can suspend until their turn ends.
Yeah. Looking closely, I think we're actually on offense plugin V.
Ooh, are we now?
Yeah, so that would have been the +2k to get the link, which would then have made it big enough so that way when you delete one of your opponent's Digimon with the lowest DP, or a DP much as less than your Digimon, you're able to clear it. So we actually get to boost the Sakuyamon to just slightly more than the Levia has, which is enough to clear it off board. So even though we're not getting to push damage this turn, we're once again kind of playing this mid-range where they're having to answer the threat. And choking to one, excellent use of the Talmon in the back. So whilst Jill did have to spend a lot in order to clear the immediate threat, we've basically ended up in the same board state as before, but now we're obviously missing the Levia. So what instead we're going to do is use 7th Lightning, a card that sets up for Levia X here, where you pitch a card from hand in order to delete your opponent's even cost levels. And that's enough to clear the bodies that we have. So Levia X is a really interesting one where when it comes down and you get 7th Lightning to proc at the same time by recognizing the Levia X when digivolving, it allows you to clear both at like it clears a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it gives you the full clear of everything that you need. So it's a great way of trimming the board down. Obviously a desperation option. We're kind of spinning our wheels, waiting for things to pop out. But you still have to be careful here, and you do have to use the memory that you've been given in order to get a clear. Biting Crush out of security is massive here.
Wow.
So unfortunately, because we don't have the Levia in hand anymore, we don't have a 7th Great Demon Lord tagged card in hand, because when the Biting Crush is played out of security or in person, if you drop a 7th Great Demon Lord, it then goes to the delay area, which turns off your ability to special summon pretty much on the other side of things. Playing by effects will allow that Levia that we saw trashed earlier to come straight back out of the swamp for free on your opponent's turn and start causing some real damage. So it would turn off the tokens of the Sakuyamon, turn off the ability to kind of like go wide and push this extra damage that Sakuya is used to doing.
Yeah, so what you're basically trying to say that even though the Sakuya player currently really seems to be in control, really seems to be comfortable, really seems to be doing what they're doing, at any point in the game, if Levia hits the board, it might just change and turn around completely.
Yeah, especially if it goes unanswered. The Leviamon all turns gives it a memory when something is deleted, so usually during your turn you tend to have more bodies than your opponent, so that would be potentially 2 memory that would go. But we are now finally going to see that Amethyst Mandala come down, which is going to give pretty much protection to this board to keep it safe should something bad happen to it in security, like hitting something like a Biting Crush. And down comes Sakuya as part of this when attacking. Finally seeing the intended combo that got introduced with that new starter deck.
Absolutely wonderful card. In the meantime also, and people might know this from me for the Gundam card game, or Go for it. As
second option out of security, we get to discard 1, and then we get to delete the 4 and 6. We're going to use the Amethyst Mandala that was carefully placed in security to immediately burn it to protect it. So the Sakuyamon does get to live to the end of the attack, and we do have to burn that security in order to restand. We're going to go in for another security check. Are we going to see a third option? Yeah, we are, but at least this one's not removal.
I mean, it is still pretty brutal, though. 3 options so far. That is incredible.
Yeah, that's the sort of security that you tend to expect when going into Leviamon. Obviously, this is the Digimon card game, but delays are everywhere, and Levia has some really, really scary removal options that it uses offensively and defensively.
Absolutely terrifying stuff. In the meantime, completely unrelated to the game itself, except it sort of is. As people might know from me, from the Gundam card game, I always love stunning card arts. And in the case of the Sakuyamon decks, especially the new cards introduced in Amethyst Mandala, look at this Sakuyamon Ace. That is absolutely beautiful. Incredible. I am a sucker for pretty artwork, especially full arts, alternate arts, that sort of stuff. And it has really pulled me into the Digimon card game again. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those card games that you're really eating well if you're a big fan of just the Digimon franchise or just the designs that kind of come with it. The artists are really, really varied, really, really well supported. It is really, really cool to see what these artists get to do, especially when they get to come back and do maybe specific sets. We got to see in the reveals for BT24, the Time Stranger box that is coming up, that artists get to do all of the rookies in one go, so that way you get like matching artworks across your entire deck for the like level line. It's really cool. Sometimes Digimon artists now get assigned an entire Digivolution line, so your favorite artist might get to do the rookie, the champion, the ultimate, the mega, and you just get this perfectly consistent art style.
I love that. And I mean, especially considering the fact that looking at the Digimon card game specifically, once again, going on about those artworks, not only are you eating well when it comes to those artworks, you are also eating really, really well when it comes to legacy support. So, for example, take Beelsmon as a deck, which is still really, really relevant. I don't think that's ever changed as essentially when it comes to the strategy and the playstyle from the playstyle that it originally had. Sure, you got new tools, you got new toys to play with, but at the end of the day, you are still a Beelsmon deck, and the same goes for the Machine Drummon deck, for example. I mean, introduced all the way back in EX1. Sure, there's so many cyborgs from around that time that you still think, oh, those might be relevant, those might be interesting to play, and then you have those new Machine Drummon cards, the Chaos Drummon, the X Antibody, of which you think, yeah, okay, this is now able to keep up with what I need to do. I love it as an archetype. Surely it might not win consistently. You can top a few events with it, and that's it. But I love the archetype, so I'm going to play it. And you can do that for almost every archetype.
Yeah. All right. It looks like we're getting our security set to open the digital gate on game 2. Both of these players not choosing to mulligan going into this round. Ooh. And Jacob opening no rookie, but did open a couple of delay options. So there's some actual real search here. The Rika is also an opportunity to search the line. So it gives you your Renamon, your Cubimon. Thankfully now, due to the pair restriction, we don't tend to see them going off model as much. Like, Digimon is great in that you have so much flexibility in your Digivolution lines. There's no, like, yes, you have canon lines, but they're not as restrictive. But, you know, synergy with decks, the Dark Animals package, what a lot of people call the engine that works for Jill's deck, the Leviamon, it in itself is a contained archetype that's supposed to go into Anubismon, but after the crimes of EX5, he is currently restricted to 1 and should stay that way forever.
The crimes of EX5. I mean, I love how eloquently you put that.
We are still paying for the mistakes. This archetype is incredible because it has stood the test of time. Everyone comes in with interesting new game plans. Sakuyamon's been built from the ground up again. got restricted, and Old Faithful is still chilling. Basically, I spoke to Jill, and he said he, yesterday, changed 2 cards.
2?
And sent the list.
That's a whole 2 cards, though.
2 cards. That's the most that Levia will change from set to set ever.
I mean, why would you change your winning team? As you said before, if the essential strategy is draw one, discard one, and you want to see that every game, why would you ever go and change that if it's still relevant?
One thing that I do actually really like is because we've had no rookie, and we've not swung at security, there is no target to play off the Dragomon, which is really interesting here because normally Dragomon forces your opponent to play a level 4 or lower from your opponent's trash to the board, and then you get to play the same level that was played to your side of the board, which is what sets up for the things like the Leviamon, when I said about Biting Crush in game 1, procs the Biting Crush to get your free Leviamon. Levia X is a very similar thing where it evolves over an X antibody, Digimon with X antibody in its sources. From trash for free, so that's how you get your big combo there. But because we've lacked the Digimon to even put in trash, the Drago actually wasn't a viable option, so Jill actually having to go with a very passive play and just establish a body on board instead. Going to stay in the back. We are even on Digimon and Tamers here, so we do have to be very careful because that could set you up for additional damage, but I think we're going to want a little bit more of an aggressive stack, so we're going to start playing for stack 2 here in the back if we do have hopefully another rookie, because we did just commit 1 to board.
Yeah, we did, but in the meantime, though, we are finally finding them, so hopefully we're finding them a bit more consistently. In the meantime, once again, digivolving. I love the fact, in the meantime, for the newer players, the players that know a bit less about the Digimon card game, is when you digivolve, of course, everyone knows you get to draw a card. If you didn't know, you get to replenish everything, so you just get to keep going. And especially, once again, for every strategy, that's really good. But if you want to draw one and discard one, you need to keep your hand resources up somehow. So it's a very innocent thing. It's very simple. But at the end of the day, I'm a very simple man. I'm not going to complain too much about the intricacies of the beauty of the card game. If I just see draw a card, those are the best 3 words in any card game in history ever.
Yeah, I mean, it's what's kept this so consistent. And we actually did use the double training here. So we used the training to evolve at cost -2 for 3 -2, 1 cost into the Dragomon, which now is a level 5 with the X antibody in stack, which meant that we used the training to go over that Lopmon that was played the previous turn. We could use Octomon's effect to play a token, the Fujitsumon token, sideways to the opponent's board. So even though we didn't get presented with a body that could have been played out for the Dragomon, instead we were still able to establish a presence. It's a really cool tech. If there's fewer than a certain number of Digimon on board, it plays the token to your opponent's side of the board. If there's too many, it plays it to your side of the board. So by playing to the opponent's side of the board, it gives us that free Levia X, finally getting to see the boss monster that Jill's deck is based around.
We're finally going to see it happen.
And honestly, it may be enough to finish the game on the spot.
Genuinely.
So we're going to swing through the Fujitsumon token, which on deletion forces the player that owns it, which in this case is now Jacob, to discard a card from hand. And we get to swing through with piercing. Unfortunately, because we're on the piercing one rather than the unsuspend, this means this Levia is going to be stuck sideways. And that's why we chose to use the security effect of that high-speed plugin from security to stop the Cerberus X from being able to suspend, which means now we're not in danger of losing this turn, and now the onus is back on Jill to see if he can pass that number nice and low.
So once again, going back to the fact that Sakuyamon has those wide plethora of options, and in this specific case, making sure that something cannot not suspend until the end of the turn, just saving your life here. In the meantime, we are seeing this stack going to the battle area. So as you said, hopefully that does also mean that Jacob gets a chance to do what Sakuyamon does best in this matchup, and that is try to put that offense on Jill's security stack, similarly to how Jill has been trying to do that on Jacob's end.
Yeah, really, really cool thing as well that comes with the new Cubimon that we just see. A lot of Digimon have on-play or when digivolving, so sometimes you're trying to push out the level 3 and then evolve into level 4. This level 4 actually has a when moving effect, so when it moves from the breeding area to the battle area, you actually get that top text effect once again. So this means you do get to build safely in the back and still get to push out and resolve quite a few effects. So that's why we got to see that search. Then we're going to make that Talmon here off of the training for 1, which does put the -3 on the Doba, but isn't enough to clear it. So we do actually need to see him find a way to cast DP -1 last time to clear that blocker. But it looks like we're actually going to put the -3 on the Doba and can't activate when security attack minus on the Levia X. So we're just keeping track of all of the effects that are here. We are also going to turn into Sakuyamon once again off of the when attacking.
Such an incredible card. So when attacking once per turn, you may play one White Fox token, which is a 6000 DP blocker. However, the most important part in this build, from what I'm understanding so far, you may use one option card with Omyo Jutsu or plugin from your hand or under your tamers without paying its cost. Once again, going for that plugin loop.
Yeah, really, really cool stuff. The plugins were the main identity of Sakuya and kind of always have been. But 2-cost trainings are a option card that costs 2 or more, which ended up turning Sakuyamon into a little bit more of the scrambled training boost kind of spam deck, rather than the identity that people remember Sakuyamon from the show. So it's really cool that they've actually built this new Sakuyamon to still provide so much pressure, but focus on those plugins, and also in the alternate media that's not as Tamers focused and actually respects Sakuyamon as a separate entity. The Onmyo Jutsu stuff is new to that Amethyst Mandala and so effective.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And just to touch on what you mentioned, I do love that they really stay true to the design, to what Sakuyamon is known for in this series, and translate that to card design, translate that to card game mechanics. I just love that flavor-wise.
It's really, really awesome. We did see the Alliance come down, which is why we got to see those 2 checks. So the Pipe Fox is a blocker normally, but instead we've actually chosen to suspend it in order to get the extra damage, and then we're going to go into that new Sakuyamon Maid mode, evolving for 1. That little mode change, some would call it a power-up, but it can. These two can kind of mode change between each other. So we're actually going to get into the option card, which is going to get to delete the Levia X, which does mean that Protoform is going to recover 1. So whilst we did do a lot of security damage this turn, we have kind of healed some of that back up whilst taking the body off board. And
however, once again, Jill's board is looking rather empty, with the exception of the 2 cards in the back. We did mention, though, that at the end of the day, Leviamon can be very explosive. Once it hits the board, all of a sudden, it can return the favor and clear the opponent's board for essentially free, quote-unquote. If that is going to happen, then that is going to be rough pickings for Jacob. However, in the meantime, we are just going to build a small Digimon stack on Jill's ended teams.
Yeah, I'd be really worried here if I was Jacob, because we did get the training for 0, which means we get to make Doba, and ideally you're either going Goblimon with a Protoform in order to get into Doba X for effectively 0 cost, because when you draw 1, trash 1, that will activate the Goblimon's Inherit. But because we actually got to go Dobamon for 0 here with the training, Doba X is then free over that, and then you get to actually go memory positive rather than having to go memory neutral. And we still have a boost. One of the cards that was hit in security, unfortunately, by Jacob was that memory boost. So even though we're sit on 3 right now, we could very easily push to 5 without much effort, really. There are level 4s now in trash. The Dragomon is live. We have so many things that he can do from this situation. It looks like we're actually going to use the Labramon here to spend 3. Trash 1 card from hand in order to add back a dark animal, like Cerberus X Antibody. Crack the boost to go to 2. And then this should be Protoform into Cerberus X to reduce the cost by 1.
Yeah, exactly how you mentioned. Absolutely terrifying stuff, but amazing to see, especially if you're Jill right now. In his C, you are just cruising, it seems.
Yeah, this is such a comfortable position. It's why Levia has remained so strong, because the game plan, whilst it does have some intricacies, really hasn't changed much. If you get good at Levia, you stay good at Levia. And Jill, or some people know him as Yuxo in the wider Digimon sphere, one of Purple's best pilots, like worldwide, an incredible player in Europe, really, really storied, many tops. Vortex, Jacob on the right, no slouch either, has some fantastic tops in Europe, well known for Mirage, and honestly, anything that can push out a 5 and hit you for 5, very talented pilot. But getting to see how both of these players in slightly slower games have been able to make their mid-range actually work out quite well. So we are going to use the Levia here, which is going to delete delete your highest play cost Digimon, or highest level Digimon. Pipe Fox doesn't actually have a level, which means there is only 1 target, so unfortunately the Sakuyamon is going to go. And even if we did have a Amethyst Mandala in security, the really awkward thing about this timing is we would still be able to, because of the Rikas, burn that last one. So we are going to just get to keep turn thanks to the deletion, swing, and unsuspend for that last check.
That is all they wrote. So we are on an equal 1-1, both on 1 game point, which means we are going to that all-important game 3.
Yeah, and this one definitely felt like a little bit more of a game. Yes, Jacob did open slow, missing his rookie for those kind of opening turns, but Jill wasn't lights out of the gate. Sometimes Levia can end the game turn 3, turn 4 very, very quick. We actually got to see real back and forth between two decks that are known for OTKing, but when they don't, they also show how interesting the mid-game can be where they both actually have to respond to each other. Unfortunately, though, purple is a deck that makes use of the trash, yellow is not, and whilst it does have plug-in recursion, at the end of the day, the losses become a little bit more permanent for Jacob as the game grinds on, whereas Jill is... That Levia X that he evolved into was the same Levia X that got deleted the turn before. So, yeah, you can put me in the trash, but as long as I don't end up in security or back in the deck, this Levia is coming back every single time.
I think using the trash as a secondary resource will always be a very valuable option for decks that grind into the late game. And as we just saw here, and as you just mentioned, even when you want to OTK as part of your strategy, if you happen to brick or if you happen to be delayed or be slowed down in your strategy as a result of your opponents, you saw with the Leviamon, as you mentioned yourself, just recur it, just go back, trash as a secondary resource, go for it.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting as well because Levia was very belligerent before, where it would be 4 boosts, 4 training, that kind of thing. We're seeing in Jill's list where he's on fewer of those consistency options and actually on a couple more of these removal-based delay, like your Biting Crush, your 7th Lightning. I think that's in response to Hoodie-Amon. It's the boogeyman of the format, the new deck on the block, and it is everywhere. It is a lot of even cost Digimon, though. So you're looking at your level 4s, so being able to delete them during a Hoodie-Amon combo turn is a great way of kind of clearing it. And even things with like an interruptive float doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be cleared from getting caught on the crackback. Biting Crush is going to be there to stop you from playing Digimon by effects, because then you get a Leviamon in response and you could potentially lose turn off of it. So I really like the adaptations that we're seeing, that even though, you know, you can say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but I guess we're teaching Gators one every single day.
You don't have to teach old dogs new tricks, because as we kept mentioning, Leviamon just keeps doing what it does every new iteration around. In the meantime, Jill has already prepared his security stack, so we are finishing up on Jacob's end, and then we should be ready to go into that game 3.
Yeah, both of them actually going for... They've both been shuffling each other's decks during the cut. Not super common, but at the end of the day, you want to make sure that you're both getting fully randomized decks and getting the best gameplay that you can. Keeping the opening hand for Jill definitely means he's probably much happier with it. Or, you know, sometimes when it comes to this third and final game, you just feel less comfortable taking risks. So maybe just going for a safe opening hand as he's going first.
Does find the rookie in that opening hand, though, so that is very beneficial. Is hopefully not missing from that top 4. So that is, once again, I keep using the word beneficial for Jill here.
Yeah, really, really gorgeous reveal. Like getting... one of the level 3s that's on the restricted list, that Gabumon X antibody, really, really strong card, can pick up X antibodies off the search as well as other pieces. And then you have the level 4 that we're looking. Dobumon X antibody is such a strong card. Pretty much the cream of the crop when it comes to level 4s. So many decks actually opt to use the Dark Animal package just because Goblinmon plus Doberex can solve so many problems. If your deck is purple and maybe not very strong, see how many of your for fun cards can be replaced with Dark Animals, and then see how many wins you start picking out from there. It's a great way to play.
It's a terrifying concept. That is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, we are like everywhere and anywhere you can become Dark Animals. One thing I've noticed is Joe's not someone that really orders his cards when he reveals them off a search that much. He kind of just sends them back as they came. Some people prefer when they reveal like double training off of a search and something else, they'll make a sandwich to try and just at least have a little bit of a card split so they're not clumped together. But Jill, unbothered.
In the meantime, Jacob going for that bit of a defensive option, so to speak, here, grabbing the Amethyst Mandala from the reveals here. Does that imply that Jacob is a bit nervous, or he's just trying to secure whatever might come at him from Jill's side?
I think you have to be a bit proactive. It's entirely possible that he's on a slower hand. We can see the Talmon just ever so slightly in that right-hand side. but not going to have the memory in order to keep it. We don't really have the resources. Unfortunately, I think he felt like he had to push out in order to get the value of that when moving and try and get a search. And it looks like we're swinging. I think we're just confirming on the judge whether the Renamon was played this turn, but it was played to pass turn last turn, so it is able to attack.
That is absolutely no problem. In the meantime, nothing happening with that security check, so that at least should put Jacob at ease for a teeny tiny bit.
Yeah, but the main problem here is this was a turn that he pushed out of raising, so if this stack doesn't make it back to him, he's not just going to be, you know, having to rebuild from scratch, but it's rebuilding from scratch when most likely the thing that took him off board is staring him in the face. So we are going to commit that Amethyst Mandala in order to get some protection on this. Yes, it's a lot to push back, but thanks to the memory inherit, we do actually get to go into, we get to gain a memory back off of the inherit there, and then we do get to evolve for cost -3 off of that new Viximon egg. So we do make a level 5 from this position that threatens an ace. So as long as we don't see removal straight away, this could still work. We do have the Amethyst Mandala as well in security. So this basically forces Jill to find Leviamon specifically to try and clear, because if he doesn't find exactly Leviamon, we're going to be seeing the X try and delete a level 5, and then the option will protect it. So you're on a pretty good chance of keeping it back.
Just straight up chilling, as the youth would say nowadays. Sadly, I have the soul of a 60-year-old, so I'm not up to speed with that. Luckily, I am getting back up to speed thanks to all this explanation on both Leviamon and Sakyamon. And I do have to say, it's becoming more and more hype as we see this. So I'm so happy that we do get to see best of 3 in the case of Digimon, because I'm getting excited for this.
Yeah, this is really, really cool. I actually really like that we didn't see much investment here from Jill. He's made a full stack using the Cerberusmon to return a Dark Animal to hand, and then we were able to choke to 1 by evolving that Doberex over as the second stack. So now we have 2 stacks to play with here, and we do actually keep the memory on his side. We do have double boost here, so it's entirely possible that we could just go for keeps here. Double boost to put him to 4. Looks like we have a scramble in hand, so Levia will keep turn. Like, we can push through this situation. I'd be really worried if I was Jacob. Unfortunately, for stuff like that memory gain that we saw, those are mandatory. So even though it would have been maybe great to choke to 1 and really make it awkward here for Jacob to kind of play, those are mandatory. They're caught by our judges, making sure that if there is an effect that has to trigger, it will trigger.
So at the end of the day, you don't have much of a choice but to accept your fate in that situation. In the meantime, Jill is assessing what I feel like Jill and you to a certain extent do have a bit of a Bluetooth connection, it seems, because he seems to be eyeballing the options that you just mentioned. Do you want to go for that push? Even with that Amethyst Mandala there, do you just want to create a more threatening situation to the security stack of Jacob?
It's such an interesting position to be in, because genuinely, if it wasn't for the fact that we have that blue option, that high-speed plugging that stuns Digimon, this is the easiest go for broke, send it, clear all security kind of turn. He has the the Cerberus X antibody, which its inherit lets you delete a Digimon on your side of the board to unsuspend the Digimon. So this Leviamon would be Sec plus the Sec +1, so it'd be 2 checks, unsuspend, 2 checks. Like, we could really send it. But if we hit too many options or the Rika, we're really in danger. So instead, what we're going to do is keep it nice and simple. We do the Dragomon to play out the Renamon that is in trash. It doesn't get its on plays, and it means we get an extra body, which now means we don't have to delete our Dragomon. Instead, we can delete a simple rookie. We get to clear the level 3 and 5, which, funny enough, are the exact levels that we get on this Levia X to clear. So now the question is, does Jacob burn the protection to keep the Taumon alive and maybe threaten an ace if we just don't see more removal? Or do we keep it? It looks like we're going to burn the Mandala to keep the protection, and we do get to do a lot of DP minus. You do activate the security effect of Amethyst Mandala when it gets trashed from security as well, if you want to let the people know.
Oh yeah, absolutely, of course. So in security, of course, all turns where your Digimon with Renamon, Cubimon, Taomon, or Sakuyamon in the names would leave the battlefield. You have the protection effect, and you of course have the draw card. When effects trash this card from the security stack, activate its security effect. So you do get to do that and have that protection at all times, basically.
Yeah, and that minus 9,000 to one of your opponent's Digimon at the bottom is what helps take the Dragomon off. So not only did we did clear board, but at a cost. So we're talking about getting to keep your Dragomon safe, but in order to try and commit to clearing this level 5, you've kind of lost one of your own. It makes the play feel a little bit less efficient, which is why I think we chose to end on the Biting Crush here, just to make it so that if you do build your way back up, it's mandatory to play out these Pipe Foxes, these the aggressive one that has Rush off the Sakuya X as well. Both of these tokens are really, really dangerous to deal with. So being able to basically make it so a Sakuyamon loses you the game is a really rough board state to be in here for Jacob.
Just absolutely suffering right now. However, not giving up the fight, especially not because this is still that one important game that is going to decide the match. With about 15 minutes left on the clock, Jacob is definitely giving it his all.
Yeah, this is passing him 3. At the end of the day, there's no boosts on board right now, so you're playing with what's given. This is currently representing 6 checks on board. We've got 3 off the Levier because that Gator is Sec +2, so it's going to be breaking 3 security when it swings. And it actually looks like we're going to go for the Scramble here because we do have a Digimon on board, so you can activate the Purple Scramble in order to add back the Dober. So we're actually going to just make a Dober X here, keep digging for more pieces just so that way we can secure perfection. Jill not leaving anything to chance, because at the end of the day, he's checking 6 security. And any of those could be a Rika, they could be anything that could potentially just lose him the game on the spot. So choosing to make this second stack, pretty much probably to loop Dragomon again and make it so that it's like, yep, we're going to keep doing this. If you want to play out, I'm going to make it impossible. If it's a Pipe Fox, if it's Uka no Mitama, like you're going to get punished for making your boss monster. This is, I will keep you in the swamp until it's lunchtime. Don't leave before lunchtime, and please show up on time.
Definitely the definition of playing with your food to a certain extent. So instead of actually just sending it, we are ensuring that we send it in the most beautiful, most eloquent, and at the end of the day, of course, still most devastating way possible.
Yeah, like you said, we still got like just under 15 minutes on the clock. There's no need to rush this. But the longer you play with this, eventually there may be a line. The Sakuyamon deck does have new cards. One thing I will say is his partner is a very, very talented Sakuyamon player. She got top 4 in France at the French regional, actually beating him in order to get top 4 in this matchup. It was pre-starter deck, so it was in a different version of Sakuya, but there's still a lot of identity that comes with some of these cards. So he's very, very aware of the Sakuyamon matchup, possibly to a fault in this instance. Some players, it's like the skill bell curve. If you're not sure, you're afraid to... It's like when you don't know, you don't care, so you swing. When you know a little, you're afraid, so you don't swing. And then when you're at the tippy top, I feel like I'll get away with it, so I swing.
You'll just go. You'll just, as we once again keep saying, you'll just send it.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes draw 1, trash 1 is so consistent, but sometimes 6 checks does clear someone. But what we're instead going to do is we're representing an unreasonable number of damage right now. We're actually going to force the Biting Crush on this turn. And because of the Digimon being played by effect off of the Biting Crush, we're going to gain all the memory back. And even though we only deleted 1 Digimon, Cerberusmon, as an inherit, gives Rush to a Digimon when it gives Rush to a Digimon when it's played by effect. So giving that to the Levier is what allows it to attack even though it's played this turn. And unfortunately here, Jacob is going to get sacked by his own security. When the Tamer is played by effect, the Levier X and Trash can activate, which means this Rika Double Agent, unfortunately, is going to turn 2 checks actually into 3 checks because we're still in the damage step. So you get this third check here, and we get, unfortunately, another Rika, who is going to get to load up. Nearly steals turn. Nearly steals turn. But
ever so slightly. So we are on neutral here. So Jill is just enjoying this.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything except another Rika that could have stolen it. And that is game.
Absolutely incredible. What a way to pull me back into Digimon.
It's so sick. I mean, these 2 players are incredible. You can see them kind of like talking about it. Like, yeah, the Rika popping out of security is really unfortunate, but just all smiles around here. When you are so good at this game and you show up to so many events, you start to see a lot of familiar faces. You really start to like make those friendships over the board. Whether you have opinions about the deck they're playing or not, at the end of the day, we're both playing the game that we love, so...
I mean, you're doing what you love, you're enjoying your day, you're enjoying the weekend. As you said, you are going to see friendly faces. So to a certain extent, is this not just a kitchen table game that is being broadcasted live to you guys?
Yeah, it's so fun. I mean, and also, one of the things as well is, like, these guys right now are XO, as far as I'm aware, haven't lost any games. So losing to a player of Jill's caliber, yes, obviously, you'd love to finish the day undefeated. Vortex has done that before. In events that Jill's at. But losing to a player of his caliber, you feel pretty comfortable that your resistances are going to be okay. As long as you keep winning your game, it's unlikely that Jill is going to suddenly tank your resistances. You should be able to float into day 2 pretty comfortably. We do actually have another game coming up on the other side of the break with the round 6 or 7.
God.
Though, whichever round it is, we're going to be moving on to that next one on the other side of the break to see who else gets to finish out the day in pole position.
See you soon.
I deadass do not remember what round we're in. Sorry? I actually did not remember what round we're in. That was not... Welcome back from the break, everyone. We're here at Bandai Card Fest in Dusseldorf for the Digimon portion of the stream. If you did just miss us, we are coming back from round 5. We're now into round 6 with more undefeated players looking to try and protect that record here on day 1. You know me, you love me, it's Andrew or Elixir, and I'm joined by Gabby once again.
Yeah, so happy to be back here. Thank you so much for once again inviting me for another round of Digimon. Last round was absolutely incredible and immediately convinced me to just stay here, be comfortable. I don't even know about the other card games anymore. We are having a doozy of a matchup from what I saw. You mentioned that this might be somewhat of a long matchup, though.
Yeah, this one was a really interesting, like the previous round was a really interesting way of looking at one of the most consistent decks that has been consistent since it was envisioned versus a deck that had to reimagine itself after the restricted list and also great poster boy for the new product on Bandai. This one, also really, really interesting because we're going to be seeing a deck that has had to reinvent itself so many times, but still does a lot of the same thing in Royal Knights and also the Boogeyman. We're going to be seeing Digimon. Pretty much everyone that tuned into the stream that plays Digimon knows Digimon expects that Digimon was going to show up at some point. And if you were to throw a dart at a board or see like a little word cloud, you'd probably guess that the dart would land on Digimon versus Royal Knights at some point. And here we are.
It is inevitable. However, from what I understand, you did mention that this specific build of Royal Knight is built to beat Digimon. The real question here is Digimon, as you mentioned, 2 versions of the strategy. You can either go for loop or for the so-called control strategy. Does that really matter versus this specific Royal Knights build?
It matters in that it is considered worse into significantly more things, but has such a good matchup versus Hudie, and it's a if you can't join them, beat them kind of situation, or beat them, join them, and this is designed to beat the Boogeyman.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, if that is what you expect from an event, then why not go for that anti-meta pick? So, Royal Knights, we know it as the deck that can be very explosive. Of course, you have a wide variety of options in your Royal Knights of the Purge, if I'm not mistaken, lore-wise. However, instead of seeing an explosive gameplay style for Royal Knights, as we mentioned before, this build is created specifically to beat Digimon. And if I'm not mistaken, I remember you were calling something about the key strategy to beating Digimon with your Royal Knights is to play the game as little as possible, and more specifically, allow your opponent, or more accurately, not allow your opponent to play the game currently. Yeah,
so the text that we're seeing in this one, so as much as we're not actually seeing Royal Knights being played, we did see that Magnamon, who did get picked up at the start of main. The Keenan is a 3-cost tamer from BT13, the actual set that Royal Knights came out, where he comes down for 3, and then your opponent gets the choice to discard a card from the hand, otherwise you draw 1 and gain 1. So it's a form of tax, and then during your opponent's turn, if a Digimon is played by effect, either yours or theirs, then you gain 1 memory. So it's a way of taxing Digimon. Its whole plan, we didn't get to see it there, as it looks like we're on a little bit of a slow hand here on Duck's side. The main thing that Hudie does is go wide. Like, it swings bodies and kind of goes from there. One thing that is really cute, that is going to be a real indicator of the matchup, is if Freddy knows how targeting for the field works.
Oh, do tell.
So one of the things that is really interesting is Hudie with the Erica, you get to bounce a card back to hand, and then you get to put a Digimon in the raising area, and you are playing that Digimon, which actually is a trigger for Keenan, because Keenan is when a Digimon is played by an effect. And while some effects can't see the raising area, this is a Digimon being played by an effect. So it is technically a trigger for this Keenan. Whether it will come up or not is entirely there. We do have judges on there that would be able to, it's not enforced because it's not a mandatory trigger.
Right.
But if the question gets asked, they'll be able to clear it out.
It is definitely some sort of skill recognition right there, then.
Yeah, it's because, like, we'll call a spade a spade. This is going to be very reactionary gameplay. We're going to be seeing a very lot of single action turns on the left side of the board, whereas because of the taxes, we're actually going to probably be seeing significantly fewer actions than you would usually see out of a Hoodie combo.
Right.
Because of the taxes that are set up. You know, some self-employed people, they dread the tax man. Most people dread the tax man. And right now, the Hoodie Net Cafe, January's coming up real soon.
Ah, I see. So at the end of the day, death and taxes, of course, both very, very inevitable. As much as I would love to dodge them, obviously, legally, that's a joke. No, but seriously, though, always a good strategy, regardless of the card game. And I love to see I love to see the fact that it's also very, very viable in Digimon, perhaps specifically because of the relevance of Hoodiemon in the current meta, but really nice to see.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, especially now that the Cool Boy and the Magnamon are down. Even though we did pass over a decent amount of memory, the Cool Boy, when a Royal Knight is removed, you get to play an Omekamon from your hand. And that is playing a Digimon by effect on your opponent's turn, which would trigger the Keenan. So now you get to be really, really aggressive here. We can either use the Cool Boy to like kind of replace off of the Magnamon, but you can basically make it so you have even more ways of slowing down Hoodie. We're going 4 Tamers now, so at this point, Hoodie can actually evolve over the Ericas. But we're going to see the Jesmon just keep turn here with the Cool Boy, which his actual main effect is to draw 1, gain 1 when a Royal Knight is played. So we actually get to keep the turn here with the reduction and then get to play what is effectively going to be a 1-cost choke because it costs 4 to play, and then the inherit effects of King Drazel are going to gain back 1 memory. So 4-3, easy 1-cost, keep it simple.
Yeah, and in the meantime, speaking of the King Drazel and the Yggdrasil, we see a very, very beautiful stack of Drazels in the egg area right there. So just biding your time, doing what you need to do against Hoodie. Real funny to see, honestly, from this perspective.
Yeah, it's still funny to see it every time when a rookie pushes up and you gain 3 memory. All of the Hoodie Net Cafe Tamers bar the Keisuke, that white Tamer that's at the bottom, gain 1 memory at start of main when you have a CS Digimon, which is going to be everything. That Erica's always going to be loading up your raising area, so when you choose to push out, you go to like 10 million memory. As much as we're looking at a decoy body, a Royal Knight that can turn into an Omeka, and 3 Keenan Crier, we're not seeing the Hokuto yet, so we're not in full tax mode.
Right.
So there's a very real chance that despite everything,
Hoodie will still be able to play.
Yeah, because the great thing about taxes, if you're earning a lot of money, you get taxed a lot, but you are earning a lot of money. And Hoodie, they be rolling. It's just an absolute suite, just master suite of options and riches and luxuries. And you're going to see actually one of them right now. So we're going to get to suspend the Chitose in order to minus 3k the blocker here. So even though it chooses to block to deny damage, it does actually get to take it off board rather than them crashing and trading. We haven't actually seen this inherit that's on all of the rookies get used even 1 time here because we're afraid of the taxes. Normally the way Hoodie attacks is it uses the inherit to play a 5-cost or lower body that would get deleted at end of turn, but usually before you delete it, you bounce it back with the Erica or the Keisuke in order to get more value from that.
Right.
And Hoodie's main combo does that, but we just really had to play quite conservative. Duck, a previous player that has used a lot of control combo decks that swarm like this.
Right.
And you can see, this is what I was talking about with the Keisuke, getting to bounce back a body to play a Tamer, and then we use the Erica to bounce back the other body to get a rookie and raising. We're just keeping it very simple. We're just chipping, and we're playing slow because eventually you're going to have so much memory, and if you don't give him free Tamers out of security, eventually you're just going to dome him for like 5 checks through all the taxes. And we don't have an Omekamon loaded up under the King Drazel, which matters so much here because that is what ends your turns.
Right.
So if we're not going to commit to board, we're not really going to do much on Freddy's side, you're spectating in this game.
Yeah, you're just looking at the board saying, hey, yeah, I guess I'm one of the players on this table, but am I really, though?
Yeah, I mean, you can see we get so close to getting to 1 choke as well, but with a memory setter, you want to just squeeze out that extra efficiency, so we're going to actually drag the turn back with the Cool Boy. Because there's nothing to delete with the Gallantmon effect, we actually get to use the yellow half of its effect and recover 1.
Ooh.
And we're finally going to see Royal Knights of the Purge limited to 1 in one of the more recent restriction lists. It's going to come down for 6. We're going to refund 3, though. And we're going to get Omnimon X antibody loaded up under. So we've nearly got all of the pieces for the offense on Freddy's side to actually start.
And if I'm not mistaken, is it just over in the one swing once Freddy finally gets to go? Is it still that slow but steady wins the race type of strategy thanks to that tax strategy incorporated in this deck?
So because of the focus on taxes, we're less focused on the actual titular card Omnimon BT13, you can see.
Yeah.
The BT13 one plays one of every different named Royal Knight, whereas because we're so focused on taxes and low-cost bodies here, you don't really have as much of a diversity at the Royal Knights at the table. Really, the invites were only sent out to 3 of the guys, the ones that Omnimon's really actually close friends with.
The cool Royal Knights, so to speak.
Yeah, you know, I've only got, you know, 3 extra controllers for the party game, so, you know, I'm just keeping it nice and simple for this one. And as a result, BT13 Omni is more actually used for his other effect, which is a removal. He's a removal card. He can delete a level 6 or lower Digimon, so actually quite a potent removal spell, rather than using it as that kind of like pull up with everyone, jump out of the clown car, and let's go jump on security. We are finally going to see our first Hoodie-amon, though, coming down, and we do get to choose to play a target down, and we do minus 3 KDP, but as you can see, actually choosing not to use it.
Oh, wow.
And we could still do it during the when attacking.
But are we genuinely considering that? Oh, it seems so, yeah, he is pointing at it.
So there's a couple of triggers here, but we are going to see the bounce on the Mirai, and then we get to play a Hoodie, CS or Hoodie down, and then we do minus 3 based on the number of Digimon. So there's going to be minus 6 onto the Gallant, and then the Mirai does get to, we get to trash 1 to draw 2. We are now going to see those taxes as a Royal Knight was removed. We get to tap, use the Cool Boy in order to play our no mecha, and because the Digimon was played during your opponent's turn by effect, 3 Keeners go sideways in order to steal turn. The attack is still going though, and we are going to alliance to make sure that we're big enough, and we do clear the Omeka, putting it underneath the King Drazel.
Look at that stack in the meantime. King Drazel just slowly but steadily rising to the top from that area, so to speak. I mean, it looks terrifying at first glance. If you don't know, if you don't understand as a new player what's going on, you just see that huge stack of cards and you wonder, is that going to hit the battle area soon? And once it hits the battle area, what'll happen?
Yeah, it's a weird one because traditionally, yes, the tree, it grows and then it sends out its Royal Knights to do its bidding. But because of the builds here, it starts to look like the Tamer card game rather than the Digimon card game in the tax version of these Royal Knights. You're going to see Omnimon come down, and we are going to draw 1, gain 1 first off of the Cool Boy, then use the on-play. We're actually choosing to play out all of the Royal Knights of different names.
We are partying.
And there's still 5 security, but everything that's played does have rush, which means even the token is able to attack here. So we have this. Actually, low-key is lethal,
but genuinely though.
Yeah, because this is the 5 checks from the 5 checks on board.
There we go. Yeah.
And then if Omnimon X lives in security at end of turn,
we just swing.
Yeah, end of turn can swing without unsuspending. So.
There we go, crazy. Oh, the magical stream handshake, of course, inevitable at some point.
The tax knights, they're even messing them up between games.
That is crazy. That just happened out of nowhere.
Yeah, no Royal Knights of the Purge used there, no anything. Just use the Purge as a way of loading Omni X to get those 2 checks in. And no Alphamon or Ryukin showing up there. A lot of the cards that are used to do the tax knight stuff, usually tax knights players just chip you. They don't push for that OTK. Like I was talking about the Omnimon being kind of more of a removal card. That right there is prime Knights. Yes, with a smaller party, but still intimately familiar with the security.
Doing what they do. I feel like Freddy just found a magical in-between point where, yes, I am still playing tax knights. Yes, I am making sure that this game is going to be slow, maybe a little bit excruciating by lack of a better word, just to make sure you wear the Hoodie-mon player down a bit. Hopefully not only because of the tax effects having a harder time, but because of how difficult the game state is going to be. Also, mentally, it might be a bit harder to maintain focus on the game, and then all of a sudden still saying, hey, but at the end of the day, I am still a Royal Knights player. I am just going to swing for 6 this turn.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting because we kind of saw a boneless version of Hoodie. We didn't get to see her the inherited effects. We really didn't get to see Hoodie do what she's supposed to do, which is send those bodies out, go wide. We got to see the recursion where we were kind of going with 2 bodies, but evolving over Erica, the Hoodiemon has Alliance on body, so that lets you suspend another Digimon nod to give the DP over and to give Sec +1. Erica also has that as an inherit, so you can actually go triple Alliance in some of these and really burst down security.
So you just keep going.
But because the Keenans were down so quickly, Duck never was willing to take the additional taxes on the bodies that were played out, and as a result wasn't playing this super fast aggro. He is on a little bit more of a mid-range pile than Loop, for example.
Right.
But he wasn't looping, he wasn't mid-range, he was just resolving a greenish aggro deck for game 1. And Freddy, I mean, the Olympus team are very, very solid players. It's a really big group, a great testing group. So I'm sure Freddy's played this matchup to death.
That is very understandable, especially if it is the deck that you're expecting for this event. However, then going back to Doug and his playstyle, do you feel like he should have just gone a bit more crazy and just eat a bit more of the tax effects, accept his fate? Yeah, sure, you're going to give a bit back more to the Royal Knights player, or did he literally have no choice? Was he just forced into this situation?
It's an interesting one, because normally I would say that because we see the Keenan so quickly, it's really hard to quantify, because usually you see Hokuto first and then the Keenan, and then it just spirals out of control. But what we're instead here is we're seeing the 3rd member of the tax collecting crew, Digimon Emperor from BT8. This card's an old card. It exists to stop rookies from pushing out. So this Wormmon that we have in the back, unfortunately, he's separated from his good friend Ken Ichijoji. And much like Wormmon, whilst he is the Digimon Emperor, that Wormmon is not having a good time because of Ken. If it pushes out, we're going to lose 2 memory here, which is pretty much just going to force an Evo in the back. And we don't really get as much from a Keisuke here. So we're going to see a 4-cost Evo into Hoodiemon in the back. Passes 1.
Yeah, I mean, trying to keep the number low, as you said before in the previous matchup. If keeping the number low is the name of the game and you're being forced into that situation, then you might as well just make sure that if you're being denied memory, you try and deny your opponent the same amount of memory as much as you can, at least. But it sounds to me like Doug really had no choice in this situation then.
Yeah, especially when you're playing best deck in the format and the deck in the room to beat.
Yeah.
When you get these later into these tables, you are going to find these more creative ways to beat this deck. Royal Knights was already an okay matchup for it, but this list, kind of popularized in China, is designed, born and bred to beat Hoodiemon and kind of curb it. But you've seen some of these innovations that have been kind of made where it's not fully leaning on like 8 tax tamers. We're not seeing the Kari Kamiya from the Setcon days of old making an appearance anymore. We do still have kind of a proactive game plan.
I mean, as we saw before, it is apparently absolutely terrifying to see. You're just slowly, steadily whittling your opponent down in terms of resources because, once again, those tax effects, in the meantime, you just keep searching, as we see right here, just making sure you have enough Royal Knights in hand so you can just make the tree grow, as you so eloquently put it yourself, and then we might as well just explode again if we get the chance.
So I think we are finally going to see some real gameplay from here. We're not going to see as much because we're on the wrong inherit. We're on the Wormmon rather than something like your Gotsumon, your Betamon that have that when attacking player 5 play cost lower.
Right.
But we are going to get to do -3, which means we are big enough to beat over the Magna. And the really cool thing here is Chitose does still see the timing of the attack. So he sees it on both sides of it. So if a Chitose is down, you can suspend him first when attacking, bounce him back, and play him back with the Hoodiemon. He plays the extra... before he plays the extra body, you do the -DP of the Hoodiemon. Then he plays his body. This Ankylomon, for example, does -DP, which was able to shrink the Magnamon further. And then because the Keisuke still sees the timing, he can suspend again to do another -3. So he represents -6 by himself, and that was enough in order to get the clear on the body so we could actually get the 2 checks. Unfortunately, we did die on the second check. Royal Knights are massive, you know, big DP in security is just as good as a Gaia Force from set 1.
Fair enough. It can be helped at some point.
And it's one of the things that, taxes aside, made this kind of a difficult matchup. If you're playing your rookies as the second body, you're only adding 1 KDP, so you're kind of risking a 5, 6, 7, 8 KDP body into security versus average DP of around about 13k. It's a gamble that not a lot of players are willing to take, and obviously as you shift more towards taxes, you're not hitting as big a DP, but you're hitting things that you really don't want to see building up in the back row, as it were.
Right.
No. So we are actually going to see a card that made 0 appearance in Game 1. This is Alphamon Oryukin Ace, a card that really propelled Royal Knights forward. This designed for Alphamon, but this one definitely works the day shift at the Royal Knights factory, unlike some of the other Alphamons that want to rebel against King Drazel. This one is an obedient boy. He drops minus 15k DP and disappears back under the tree.
He is just doing exactly what he is designed to do, listening to the boss man. Yeah, that's nice. That's cool.
Yeah, so before we only saw 3 knights under King Drazel before the kill turn came down. We've only just seen our first one actually make it back to Freddy and therefore start of main end up back under King Drazel. Because not only were we doing these chump blocks, Duck is also removing the body. He's making it so the Magnamons aren't actually ending up there. So you get 7 play cost reduction from having all 4 of your King Drazel eggs. King Drazel eggs hatched, and then it's +1 for every source in there. So if you're playing against the Royal Knights player, you see them counting every single time, remind them it starts at 7. Don't let them start from 4, 5, 6, 7. Just let them start at 7.
Magical number right there.
Yeah, I mean, starting just shy of it. 5 memory, thanks to Erika and Chitose as we push out the Digimon. This is probably going to be more of the same. It could float into an Omeka, which does present some other problems. But realistically, this Digimon, as long as we have a body to play out, should be enough to clear this Magna. All right, so we're going to do Gotsumon to play first. So this means we can search. This will pick up a CS and Hoodie. So we're just going to pick up the CS as the Mirai target, and then the Hoodie is going to be the second one. And then this also means that if we choose to flicker the Chitose back to hand and play it straight back down, you still have -6 by default because it'll be counting the Digimon on board. So the Gotsu represents another -3 KDP. This card can scale infinitely as long as you got the Digimon on board for it. Right. And you can see exactly right that. We're going to see the flicker. That's going to be -6 because at the time of the Chitose being played, you fully resolve the Hoodiemon, which is going to be -6. And then we do still have to fully resolve. And I guess the Chitose is, if we're going to block timing, the Chitose wasn't playing anything out extra, which... Oh, there we go.
Finally hitting the board immediately, going into that security check. Finding an Omnimon. Yikes.
Deleted again in battle. And it is a level 5 or lower, which means Digimon Emperor does get to draw you a card because it was deleted.
Oh.
The Gotsumon at least gets to stick around at the end of this turn. I mean, realistically, KSK plus Erika are going to bounce this back anyway. We can fully take ourselves off board thanks to having both of those tamers, and the Mirai is going to be that extra draw power that we need.
Right, so sending Freddy to memory as a starter. In the meantime, once again, does 2 memory really matter as a Royal Knights player? No, because you have a bit of memory manipulation. You, of course, have the tree that makes everything practically free anyway. So even if you were to be on neutral, maybe that's a bit too extreme of an example, but even then you say, okay, you know what, I'm Frosty, sure, let's just play what we can.
Yeah, I mean, Magnamon costs 7, so even without any other knights under the big tree, he is 0 to start the turn, +1 actually because of the Cool Boy, so he's going to gain you memory for the rest of the game if you can find him. None of them have actually made it under King Drazel, and we've seen 2 go to trash. And because we're focused on tax knights, there are a bunch of different Royal Knights. One of them is a Lord Knight that brings back Digimon from trash. So Lord Knight sometimes gives you 2 bodies under the King Drazel. Oh, you know what? I guess we are on Lord Knight, right on cue.
There it is. Speak of the Lord Knight.
Yeah, he will show up, and we're going to get Omekamon, the blocker one. And now this is a redirect on the Lord Knight and a block, which definitely feels needed because we've really struggled. But speaking of struggle, double Digimon Emperor is -4 memory if this Terriermon pushes out.
Oh no.
And the interesting thing about timing for Digimon is start of main happens after moving, but if you lose memory so much that you would lose turn before start of main, you don't gain the memory back. So he'd actually turn skip himself if he pushed this rookie out, which is why we went straight to start of main phase to have the Mirai go to the bottom of the deck to play a CS. And for the 3rd time in a row, we make a hoodie in the back.
Ooh, so just biding your time at this point.
Yeah, so this is where the taxes really, really step up. Sometimes you could argue that Digimon Emperor, he buys you a turn, which sometimes matters in a slow deck like Royal Knights, but more importantly, most champions evolve for 2 over a rookie, so, you know, lose 2 memory when pushing out or spend that 2 memory in the back. It's very similar in some instances unless you get low choked. 2 Digimon Emperors is very, very hard to justify pushing out because, especially in a memory-efficient deck like Royal Knights, they're not going to be passing you 7, 8, 9, where you can afford to lose 4 because you didn't want to evolve in the back. And, you know, evolving for 4 in the back is the 4 memory he would have lost if he'd pushed out. So those Digimon Emperors are really getting value.
It is the way to play at the end of the day for what it seems. Once again, moving it to 1, going back to neutral because of your effects. Absolutely crazy how well it is manipulating memory. Except now we do send our opponent to 6. Could you quickly go over that option card we just saw?
Yeah, so Crimson Blaze is another tech that you start to see in a lot of decks to try and deal with. Again, Hoodie Amon, boogeyman of the format. Because Hoodie plays by effects, Crimson Blaze deletes every 6k DP or less Digimon on the board and reduces its cost for every Digimon on your opponent's board. So sometimes versus wide boards that it's supposed to clear, Crimson Blaze comes down for cheap, like 1 or 2, or sometimes 0 if they've gone ridiculously wide. But we saw it preemptively here, using the Jesmon as the red source for the Crimson Blaze, because now it means that if this Hoodie Amon attacks, you don't get to play any Digimon by effect. So even if we bounce the Chitose back, play a guy, use this Gotsumon Inherit to play a guy, can't do any of that, because until the end of Duck's turn, no Digimon on his side of the board can be played by effect. It's a very, very frustrating floodgate to play against if you are a play by effects deck, but that's what it exists to do. There are Digimon that do that by themselves, but those can get removed. Crimson Blaze has been cast, and now it's out. It's out of their hands. This is the accepted board state.
It's just lingering. It's there. At the end of the day, I guess you have no choice. You know that Hoodiamon is going to be the demon of the format, as we mentioned earlier a couple of times already. So very understandable tech choice there. I wouldn't even call it a tech choice at that point, honestly.
Yeah. One of the really interesting things is, obviously we were past 6, which is a lot, and then we gained 3 off of the tame. So we went to 9. So this Gotsumon came down for effectively free because we were past so much, which means if we make another Hoodie, we'll do -6, which will clear the Omeka, or it could clear the decoy body, either or. And even though we're not playing Digimon by effects, we have enough value to still go kind of nuclear in this position. So we're going to swing, and this is -6. It's just figuring out where we're going to put it. We're going to bounce back the Chitose and play Ryuji Mishima in order to give protection from DP- until the end of the turn, blocker, and reboot. We're going to clear the body, hit a Keenan.
Pretty good.
I think if you're duck, you don't let Freddy draw here. I think you have to go minus in hand to prevent. Okay, block the palm. Hit a Cool Boy on the second.
Oh no.
That's miserable. And now we get to see the other thing. Erica can turn into Hoodie. So this is effectively a hybrid for game. It's been a staple of the game for so long. And because there was no Omekamon under the King Drazel, we can't suspend it in order to get the Omekamon back out and turn into Omnimon X. So, providing Jesmon does not turn into Gallantmon Crimson mode, this should be game.
And is it actually? That's what we're about to see.
There he is, Crimson mode.
Go.
So this one's really interesting because you can delete up to 15k DP's worth of Digimon.
Which is incredible.
But because the Keisuke raises your DP by 1000 on all Digimon, we actually were so big that we're actually so big that you could only delete 2 rather than all 3. because of those DP buffs, we would have been able to clear exactly 15, 7+7+1, but we're just safe, so doesn't full clear the board.
All we had to do was survive, honestly.
Yeah, and we still have memory to play with. The only thing is we're not going to be able to make another Erica, but we may be able to go crazy here with the DNA, turn into Shacklemon.
Ooh.
And then Shacklemon digivolves the Crimson mode and taunts the Omeka, and then it is a new Digimon thanks to DNA Digivolution, but unlike new Digimon that are played this turn, all DNA Digimon are able to attack on the turn
So we
they're
just
digivolved.
get to keep going.
Yeah, this is basically you don't have another Crimson mode in hand, and we are correct.
You had to have had it, and clearly you didn't. So wow, that is incredible. I feel like Doug had to really sculpt his hand here for this to happen.
Yeah, and you can see the difference between game one, where 3 Keenans hit the board within 3 turns, and 1 Keenan, one little bit of tax, like a little poke in the rib, versus just being rugby tackled by taxes the moment you try and do your game plan. When you gain 1, 2, 3, 4 memory at the start of main, losing 1 or 2 for doing your game plan isn't that bad. You can afford it.
I mean, it does seem that in that second game, Doug was definitely a lot more comfortable than he was in the first game. Just trying to figure it out in the first game, seeing what is going to happen. At that point, by the end of the first game, he said, you know, I understand it now, and quite literally downloaded the matchup.
Yeah, actually a very lethal shooter, Hoodie-Amon. I really love the lines that he took. Because again, we have still not seen full power Hoodie-Amon here. We've not seen the big combo turns where we go triple wide or anything like that. We just saw smart understandings of the amount of bandwidth he was allowed to expend in one turn. He played to his outs. He recognized where the pain points could lose him the game versus a control deck, and they navigated those really, really well. Freddy played it fantastically, obviously, with the hand he was dealt. He was able to establish a very similar game plan to what he did here, but it's the beauty of best of 3. You get to make those adaptations to how your opponent played it before. If they're giving me these Magnamons, you can deny the Royal Knights player tempo by removing those Royal Knights so they don't make it back to him. And that's one of the interesting parts about this Royal Knights deck being so focused on the cheaper bodies rather than the big, you know, megas being spammed out, is they're a lot easier to DP minus down to 0 because they're smaller to begin with. So really good push and pull there between these two.
Yeah, really interesting to see as well. It's absolutely incredible. Then again, once again, thanks to that buff, wasn't able to clear the entire board of 3 bodies, but still 2 bodies can very often be more than enough. And it almost looked like it was going to be enough to survive that game until sorry, I forgot the term. Go ahead.
Until the overflow came through.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so the DNA Digivolution, like, Shacklemon is such a great card. It works in the Angels deck that it's supposed to work in because he is considered an Angel with the rest of, like, the Seraphs and all that. He works in the Digimon Adventure 02 DNA decks, but he's also a CS card, which allows him to work in the CS stuff. And whilst we haven't seen some of the loop variant that really shows off Shacklemon's potential, it is still a very good card in these more mid-range focused lists because D-Digivolve is one of the most powerful forms of interaction in the game. I won't call it removal because it's not always removal, but overflow, some people would consider fake cost because if you don't get punished, the overflow was free. However, D-Digivolve really does make it so that Crimson mode is alone with intent to be repaid.
I mean, at the end of the day, all I heard there was free costs, and free cards might be the best type of cards, especially for a player like me who just likes to keep going, keep putting cards on the board, just play them, play them, play them. I don't even need a hand. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, Royal Knights can go really, really low in the hand if we don't see some of these draw cards, and with so many different tamers to play, it's really easy if you get past 3 to pass back 1.
So once again, going back to that low numbers game, as we mentioned before, it really does feel like Dog has found out the way to go into that early game against taxes, knowing, okay, you know, even though I'm not being taxed too heavily yet, he is going to, Freddy is going to set up what he needs to set up, so I might as well deny him the numbers as much as I can. So we're just going to play very, very carefully still. So even though we're not being taxed, technically, in a way, we are through the mental game, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I also respect is Freddy is cutting out some of the time-wasting actions. He would have choked to 1, but obviously we're under a memory setter, so we would have started turn going to 3. Just saving extra seconds. When you play a control deck, you spend so much of the day, you know, your brain is always on, you're always thinking, just giving yourself the best chance at having some time to relax after a round by not committing to the extra actions that slow down the game. It's always something I like to see out of control players, because at the end of the day, a lot of control players play slow, and a lot of control players play quickly, but present their opponents with so much they have to think about that your games will take long no matter whether you're a fast or slow control player. So someone that just takes the little things and just goes, we both know what's happening here, let's cut out and just get to it.
Yeah, we're both pro players. We know what's going on. Don't worry about it. To an extent, you could say that is a solid sense of sportsmanship from Freddy's extent as well. Not only saving yourself that time, but also making sure that you give your opponent that opportunity to breathe a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's really happy after playing a control game, so the faster you can both get out of there, the better. And we are going to see our third butterfly that crashes into security and doesn't make it back to ducks. So he's doing a great job of using the resources that he has, but this is the first time we've actually seen him pass over a pretty decent chunk of memory here, as we do hatch the 4th and final King Drazel.
Which means that this might just be a big turn, setting up the board to once again then, if I'm allowed to say it, tuck them under the tree, wait a little bit, bide our time to then once again try and explode. However, the question is, are we going to allow that if we were Doug?
Yeah, it's we have a rookie in the back, so there's definitely the chance for removal. Obviously going to gain that 3 memory back off of their Last Guardian, which is effectively a 1-cost searcher at this point in the game. And it means if an Omnimon in name does make it to board, you can use the delay option, which is why it's been sticking around, in order to send that to trash to prevent an Omnimon from leaving. So that can be off of your own effects or your opponent's effects. So if he tries to remove an Omnimon X, could use it to protect. Or at the start of main, where King Drazel asks everyone to come back to the breeding area, he can just go, I'll wait, and the Last Guardian will keep him safe. Gonna use the Mirai to pitch and draw. We're actually gonna stay in the back, which could be kind of scary if a Digimon Emperor gets passed our way, but if we set up enough tamers here, a Digimon Emperor might be a little awkward to pass with, because we have the memory setter, we have 2 memory extension, and we have a Betamon, which will trash 1 card, and then presumably we're going to be adding back the Hoodiemon.
I mean, I think that makes sense, seeing how that is the key part of your strategy here. If we haven't seen it in hand yet, so you might as well make sure you set it up either in your hand or eventually in the egg area, so that you can at least make sure that you have it for as soon as you're allowed, specifically allowed, to do what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, and we haven't seen any actual tax tamers. For the first time, we're seeing the slightly more typical Royal Knights game plan. Admittedly, this one is significantly more passive because of just the version of it, where we do see this Last Guardian pick up a Cool Boy and a Royal Knight. We're not seeing anything that's actually stopping Duck from just doing Hoodier things. Outside of Duck's own hand, it does seem to be a little bit thin, a little bit trimmed. We actually saw him have to discard Hidden Potential Discovered, which, evil card, has been on the limited list for what feels like a millennia at this point, because Hoodier is a green deck. There's a lot of green sources. You can really make magic out of thin air with HPD, and we've found that it has not shown up in the set. It's been in his hand all 3 games, and he either didn't find the time to use it, or has decided that he's going to continue to not find the time to use it and should just discard it in favor of a game plan that works more consistently.
I mean, that is tough but fair, but also at the same time, I am a bit scared whenever you talk about cards that are on the list, because for some reason they all sound like they are on that list for a very well-deserved reason. Sometimes it makes me wonder how, looking like in your specific example, how you look at this game in comparison to, for example, when cards weren't on that list. What was that environment looking like in comparison to this? Still having that card available currently in the current meta environment. Crazy stuff.
I am. Some people prefer cards that were limited to 1, were at 0. I personally not fussed. There are cards that are truly at 0, are there for a reason. The cards that are at 1 probably could be there. HBD is definitely one of them. It definitely sometimes, when you're on the other side of it, feels like what went from a good, honest game of Digimon turned into a clown fiesta at the cost of a card. Hudiemon is a deck that can run 3 cards that give you that same feeling, but HBD is definitely the one that feels the most offensive. Some people will disagree on that. The 0 cost options are all very, very strong. But we haven't found the time for it, and admittedly with the list that Duck is running that is less focused on loop, HBD feels a little bit more like a win more card rather than an intended part of a combo extension. So that might be why we saw it get removed here, and we're actually going to focus more on making sure this Galamon doesn't make it back. You're going to see the Hokuto come down now, which was picked up by Duck. It's actually the first time we get into talk about it deep into Game 3. We mentioned HBD, but Hokuto is a card that has caught a lot of people by surprise. It did first kind of show up in a lot of the SecCon games when he first came out, back when Nubismon was kind of running around at full power. He is start of your turn. If your opponent has 3 or more tamers, gain 1 memory, which Hudie, they aim to have 4 or more.
Of course.
And then all turns when an opponent plays a Digimon by suspending this tamer, gain 1 memory if that Digimon is level 4 or higher, draw 1 if it's level 3, which he basically taxes you again 1 memory for doing the Hudie combo. And if you don't play the level 4s out and you play a smaller level 3, they still get to draw cards, and it means that when you're alliancing, that Digimon is significantly smaller than it would be if you'd gotten to play the level 5. So we're going to see the Omeka finally end up under King Drazel here, blocking what would be 2 checks. And yeah, deny damage. We now actually have the expected win condition here, where Hudiemon now will have to account for when you hit security. At any point, you can suspend their King Drazel in order to play out the Omeka, which is now a blocker, and it will get its on play, which when we're at 1 or fewer security, it can Digivolve into Omni X from the hand, which will then use when Digivolving to effectively fully board clear. So Hudiemon now has to sequence its damage in a way that is going to make it so you don't lose your entire board defensively, or can find a way of stopping Omeka from doing what it does.
I mean, that does sound like a very tough situation for Doug, and definitely a lot of thinking there. I mean, ordering your attacks in such a way that you make sure that you get as many attacks in as possible before you get Omnimon, so to speak. Does sound like a very stressful situation. Regardless, it seems like Doug is going to commit by just going into that Shakomon and still just go.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting one. Where we saw it used offensively this time, this one is basically using it to maintain resources. We used it to choke to 1, and by evolving over a target that wasn't played off of the effect and therefore can Digivolve, the Ankylomon and Angemon both have the ability to Digivolve into Shakomon after, like, as part of their Digivolving effect. So even though you're passing turn, you can still DNA Digivolve. The all turns of this Shakomon will play out 1 body from its sources when it would leave the battle area, be that bounce, be that deletion, be that DP minus. It will get to play something out, which means if you do remove the Shakomon, it can turn into a Hoodie, which is then going to get to play something else, and 1 body turns into 2, and then they get to go from there. So you have to now account that you've effectively just got something that you have to respect and deal with for the rest of the game.
So really just being careful that things don't get out of hand, don't quite literally snowball 1 thing going into 2 things potentially going into 4, and so on and so forth. That does sound really, really terrifying, and that does... Suddenly, the things in my head are clicking a bit more, and it does make a lot more sense that the reason that you're now saying, hey, I am a Royal Knights player, however, my big bad villain is Hudiemon. Yes, I am going to specifically build around beating that deck. Even if anything can happen at Bandai Card Fest, I can go into any other opponents. Sure, I am just making sure that I built my deck specifically around playing against Hoodiemon.
Yeah, and credit where credit's due, a lot of the Royal Knights cards are very, very simple. You can pretty much put the square block, the circle block, the triangle block into the square hole against most matches. This one just specifically does get to claim entry fee for showing up to the table. In addition, so even if you don't hit Hoodiemon, yes, you're not as strong as you maybe a regular Royal Knights build would be into them, but the Royal Knights cards, they protect the digital world for a reason. They're a very good set of cards.
I mean, we saw what happened in game 1. Just six damage, or 6 security checks, or 5 security checks, and a direct hit. Just in the single turn out of the blue. Not necessarily out of the blue because we saw what was happening to the tree, but let's say out of the blue. So yeah, it's fair. Royal Knights just do what Royal Knights do.
So this is a really interesting one. So I spoke about the Last Guardian earlier, how it can be used to prevent Omnimon from leaving. DP minus lingers. So very similar to other Bandai games, if you drop their effective power to 0, the game attempts to delete them. So even if you were to use this Last Guardian to stop Omnimon from being removed, it's still 0 DP. So the game will attempt to remove it again. So DP minus beats these protection options because at the end of the day, you're still 0 DP, and a 0 DP Digimon outside of Lucemon cannot exist on the battle area as it is. So this is a way to still make it so this Omnimon X doesn't make it back to Freddy. We need a body plate here. So we've done minus... I think we did -6 because, and then we played the Siegramon, and then we are doing the when attacking. So we can, I think we have the threshold here because when Digivolving when attacking, not once per turn, this means we can still do another scaling shrink of, this is -12, which should be enough to clear Omnimon X.
But also, I'm sorry, did you say not once per turn?
Yeah. They want you to be able to Digivolve and when attack. I think... I'll just quickly check it with the Hoodiemon, but yeah, you can do 2 lots of DP minus in addition to the Chitose and other things there to like really make this Digimon miserable to interact with. And we've done all of this and are finally now using the Hoodiemon effect. We actually played the other ones off of the Inherit that I was talking about that we haven't gotten to use, those 5 cost or lower Digimon in order to clear, and we will finally remove that Omnimon X with all the DP minus and get a Angemon for our troubles off of the Chitose, which is still going to block the... we're still going to see the Omekamon block the damage, so we're not making moves on security, but that's an Omni X that we're not going to be able to use for Omeka later.
Which is a bit of a shame, so I would imagine that Doug is in a bit more of a comfortable position currently, especially because, as we mentioned before, in Game 1 he didn't really get the chance to do a lot of hoodie things, then in Game 2 he just played very, very carefully, and now with 4 minutes left on the clock, Doug can finally say, hey, I am still a Hoodiemon deck, I am still going to do hoodie things.
Yeah, so the when Digivolving is non-once per turn, the when attacking activates once per turn one of your on-play effects, which means you get to do the on-play when Digivolving again, which is how you basically... It's twice per turn in a slightly more convoluted way. There are some little things about it being an on-play, mean that under Volderam, for example, you're not allowed to activate on-plays, meaning a Hoodiemon would swing and attempt to activate his on-play, but can't, so it doesn't.
I see. So, regardless of what is going to happen by the end of Game 3, it sounds like I need to talk to Doug by the end of this match just to see how and where and why I should pick up a Hoodiemon deck by any chance.
Well, I mean, we'll see. This deck is one of the most represented decks in both the East and West. Different versions of playing it. This is definitely more geared towards the mid-range where we're getting to see the full suite of tamers doing their effects like the Ryuji in order to get the reboot blocker and being able to use option cards during attack and defense. Ryuji can suspend himself when one of your Hoodiemon Digimon suspends in order to play an option card, which is how we managed to stun the Cool Boy with the Ice Archery in order to stop it from being able to give you that extra memory when they play a tamer, or play a Digimon, which means we're more likely to pass turn with these sorts of things.
Absolutely incredible stuff. I mean, I'd love to see it. Both players are now doing what the prime strategy of the deck is supposed to do. So now we forget about the taxa thing. We forget about playing it slowly. We are just Royal Knights doing what we need to do versus Digimon doing what it does, doing what it's known for. Look at this. The board is going wide.
Yeah, but speaking of wide, we may not have been able to do it, but we still certainly do have the Royal Knights. And even though we're passing turn here, what you're going to see is an interaction that is incredibly frustrating, which is that Omnimon X can obviously attack after turn, and when a security is removed from, we get to use Oryuken's all turns to gain back 3 memory. So this swings without suspending, gain back 3 memory, and then we get to swing the Omnimon with Rush, swing the Omnimon X, hit a Hoodie, swing the Alphamon, and swing the Magna.
So by practically ending your turn, you basically just started your turn.
Yeah, you see that big sigh of relief there from Freddy. That's a game that went the distance. We saw massive expansion there from the Digimon, and he did weather the storm and then was able to crack back. It's why Omnimon X and Alphamon Oryuken are so dangerous when paired together, because even though we didn't see that huge suite of Royal Knights, just 3 or 4 is enough to do the damage needed in order to close out lethal if you can't present a blocker.
I mean, absolutely incredible gameplay at the end of the day. Both players gave it their all. Game 1, once again repeating, perfect example of the taxes package going into effect, making sure that it is a slow but steady game. Going into that game 2, Doug said, you know what, I am prepared for this. I know what is about to happen, so I will commit to this slow but steady wins the race type of strategy. I am forced into it after all, so I'm going for it. To which Freddy responded with, okay, I see that you see what I'm trying to do, so instead I am then going to once again next level it by just going back to prime Royal Knights.
Yeah, at the end of the day, even though there's a lot of cheese stuff that is designed specifically to kill Digimon, the Royal Knights are a fantastic set of cards on their own, and that genuinely was just straight Royal Knights for the last of it. We saw 1 Hokuto, and then everything else was standard Royal Knights. Not even the big variation, just the best cards from Royal Knights doing the Royal Knights game plan. So say what you will about the Tax Knights version, a fair game 3 that fully just showed Freddy was more prepared for this matchup and is going to walk away the victor.
Absolutely incredible. That being said, this was round 6 that we just finished. There is still 3 rounds left, if I'm not mistaken, in the Digimon tournament. Hopefully we'll be able to do a bit more of this. If we do, we will be back to you soon, but don't go anywhere. In the meantime, neither will we.
Hey, what's up, Dusseldorf? What's up, world? We're back here at the Bandai Card Games Fest, live in Dusseldorf. And we're chilling, right?
We're absolutely chilling. I've been walking around the tables for the past hour or so, and it's been absolutely amazing. Like, witnessing all of the competition come together and how friendly people still are. And it made me realize something. Being at Card Fest, it's more than a competition, right? It's making memories.
Yeah, it's memories, community.
Yes.
You might get to trade a couple cards that you really, really wanted. I think some people are seeing each other for the first time in maybe months, in maybe a year or so, and they're hanging out with people that they met at the last one, which, you know, was in Utrecht in the Netherlands.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Like, I've been into Bandai games ever since One Piece came out, and it's just escalated from there. And over the years, ever since One Piece came out in December 2022 in Europe, I've met people where I've only seen them at events, but they feel like lifelong friends already.
Yeah.
Because we have this shared thing between us, which is these amazing franchises represented here at Cardfest.
You know, I'm such a One Piece stan. You could put Luffy on a pair of nail clippers and I'll be like, I gotta have it.
Come, nail clipper.
Right, I'm down. I'm right, I'm there. I'm in line. But what I love about the One Piece card game is the amount of love that very clearly goes into it, from the art to the way that the play styles that are based off of the leaders and everything like that. You know, the different play styles are reminiscent of the powers and the personalities of each leader, and I think that's wonderful. And then scooting over to things such as the Digimon card game or the Gundam card game, and the art is equally wonderful.
Yes.
You know?
I mean, Bandai has completely knocked it out of the park with these games. Like, the cards, they are absolutely immaculate. And to be alive during a time where we have access to this is almost unbelievable, right? And each and every card reflects the personality and the identity of the characters and the units and the heroes that they represent, right? Because it is a collection of heroes.
For completely. And I think the cool thing about being a card game enthusiast, because I'm a card game enthusiast, but many people are like, yeah, but you don't play that much, and it's for
you
me,
don't need to.
No, for me, because I'm a rapper, right? And I'm barely in my own country enough because I'm touring, I'm traveling around. So I don't have time to play. Instead, I do have time to collect and look at the cards and go, ooh, shiny, and reminisce about this character and that character, and just look at the cool things that I've got. And I think that that's a wonderful thing about the TCG community. You don't have to play if you don't want to. You could just collect, you could trade, you could just hang out and watch people play. There's so many different facets and aspects to being a fan of this community that I think is wonderful. You know?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. May primarily come from a background as a competitive player, but still, the different cards, they are memories. They are collections of things I've done before. And even if when I'm done playing with them, I'm not getting rid of them.
No.
Why would I?
No. You keep them in an airtight box.
Oh, absolutely.
And you make sure some of them are insured as well.
In a shoebox under my bed.
Shoebox? How airtight is that? Oh, well, now we know where his cards are. Where do you live? I'm going to just come.
No, but you get me, right? I'm going to keep them contained, protected for as long as I absolutely can.
Absolutely.
Because it's nostalgia, and that's what Cardfest in many regards it's nostalgia. Whether it's just the cards or the community surrounding it. And for me personally, as I tried to allude to earlier, coming from a competitive background, when I look at a card that I did super, super well with, I also feel like a new type of connection with that card and that character on that card. Like, I used to be not the biggest fan of the Flamingo as a character in One Piece. Then he got a great card in shape.
His walk alone is iconic.
Oh, absolutely. It's amazing, the swagger walk. You gotta love it. But now, after having played with a fantastic OPO1 Blue Dofi leader, he suddenly holds a special place in my heart.
There you go. There you go. There you go. And I think it's so interesting that Emu is leading the meta at the moment, considering how OP Emu is in OP.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. It's absolute foreshadowing, and I think it's a great way of capturing the essence of the character, right?
No, I totally agree. I think that, look, it's just a great time to be part of the card game community. It's lovely to go to your locals. It's wonderful that people are playing with friends and stuff like that. But if you are able to go out and come to an event like this and be a part of this massive community. There's been thousands of people here already.
Yeah, I cannot begin to describe how amazing it's been, because I'm actually here with my mom. She's in the audience because she's here to witness this thing that I'm doing, because I've told all of these stories about the trips I've been on to different places in the world to experience the card games, right? But now she's finally here, able to witness the prime version of it, which is Cardfest, the culmination of
Culmination's a good word. Culmination is a very good word, yeah.
So, and she's been nothing but ecstatic about it. She's walked around the entire venue collecting the stamps for the passport because she finds it so interesting. Even though she doesn't understand it, she understands the energy and the connection between the people here.
Yeah, I mean, it's art. You could put some of these cards up on a wall in a frame, and they would not be out of place at all.
Absolutely.
So, we are going to be moving on.
Yes.
I've enjoyed the chat, but we've got to show people more cards.
Oh yes.
Otherwise, then otherwise we're just talking about cards, and people are like, "Where's the card games?"
I mean, it is Bandai Card Fest, right?
Yeah.
Not Bandai Nostalgia Fest.
No, it's
even though I would love that.
It's Bandai Shadow Fest. This is what this is now. So we're going to move on, and we're going to be showing some more Dragon Ball Super card game.
Yes.
I believe. Yeah. So we've got some more action for you. We've got Fusion World coming up. I hope you... Well, I know you're going to enjoy it. I was going to say I hope you enjoy it. I know you're going to enjoy it.
Of course they will.
Of course they will. Come on. Let's power back up. It's the top 16. We're going to watch it. It's about to get hype. Let's go.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Bandai Card Games Fest multi-stream to close out day one. Ben and Andrew here with you on the desk, and we are going to dive into a little bit of a taster for what's expected to come tomorrow, because we are diving in to our top 16 feature match for the Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World Championship Finals. A top 16 action going into best of 3 now for quite a lot of these games across the calendar. And Andrew, I don't know about you, but best of 3 is always a really fun expression of these players' skill, knowledge of the game, and their tenacity.
Yeah, it's one of those really cool things where you get to see the actual adaptation come from that. Most of the Bandai games are best of 1 for most of the Swiss bracket, Digimon being one of those few exceptions. We get to see best of 3 when players make those very clear changes to their players between games 1, 2, and 3. That's where you really get to see what has separated these players across this long, grueling format to this, like, only 16 players left after however many that made it through. So this is, we're going to actually see, like, you can sometimes put some things down to a bad hand or a slow start, and they just saw it better than me. But if they saw it better than you for multiple turns in a row, were they really just slightly better than you, or did they outplay you?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to be getting into exactly what's been making its way into top 16 as well, because in this format, we've had obviously a bit of a difference in terms of how the format has gone ahead and gone through. As we are going underway, we have got the Golden Freezer from FBO7, and we've also got the Dragon Balls also from FBO7. The Dragon Balls that evolves and awakens into Shenron is a bit of a special leader because it's one that can't actually attack.
Yeah, and especially versus Freezer, Golden Freezer, that's going to be looking to burn themselves down every single turn. This is going to be probably a slightly more fortunate one where you're not going to get rushed down. You can actually play to the fact that, you know, you're not guaranteed to be taking 1 damage from a leader swing basically every turn. You can actually maybe try and play this tempo. So really looking forward to seeing how this first game plays out as they kind of figure out what it is that they want to do.
Yeah, and a really great start here as well from Michael, going with double 0-cost extra Dragon Ball straight into the drop. It is a Dragon Ball card which you're allowed to include as many copies of in the deck as long as they have that Dragon Ball typing in the purple text box, and you can trash the top 2 cards of your deck into your drop. And that's really what we're looking for here with this leader. We're looking for it to awaken because it can't attack, it doesn't deal damage, and it doesn't awaken in the traditional way. So it awakens by having 7 cards with Dragon Ball in their special traits in the drop for you to be able to flip it over. And then when it does, and it goes and awakens into Shenron, you get to make the wish on the 7 Dragon Balls.
Yeah, so it's going to be something where we're going to be keeping track of a little bit of a different metric compared to what you're used to tracking for regular Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World. This is going to be a little bit of a weirder matchup, but some of these things are going to be a little bit more simple. In terms of removal from Golden Freezer, it does try and lock you down a little bit and try and make sure that cards stay rested and then go from there.
Absolutely. So we're seeing Bulma make its way down onto the board here. She's going to activate main, discard 1 card from hand, and switch it to rest mode. And if your leader has Dragon Ball in its special traits, add the top 2 cards of your deck to life, and then look through your life and add 2 cards to your hand. So it just helps to fix some of those things up a little bit in case some of these Dragon Balls are indeed stuck in the life, because you're not necessarily taking that damage to self-awaken like a lot of decks generally do. You can see here, it looks like we've already got 5 of the 7 Dragon Balls in the drop already, along with quite a few 7-cost or lower battle cards to be able to play out to then go ahead and make that wish with.
Yeah, so this is where we're going to really need to see a little bit of speed out of Augustin to try and get up to that 6-drop Golden Freezer as soon as possible. Once we do awaken, we're going to be able to actually start trying to play those from life if they are stuck there, because we do see the permanent effect on all of your opponent's battle cards with play cost of 5 or more are played in rest mode, but also just being able to lock those down and stop seeing cards that are going to be able to make use of those active mains to suspend themselves is going to be really, really useful.
Yeah, for sure. And we haven't even spoken about Frieza and Golden Frieza's ability as well. When it awakens at the end of your turn, you can pay 1 energy, reveal the top card of your life, and if the revealed card is a battle card with a cost of 6 or less and having Frieza Clan in its special traits, you may go ahead and play it out. So the main targets that we might be looking for here, obviously that 6-drop Golden Frieza secret rare that you were mentioning from FBO2. There's also options like the 4-drop Meta Cooler, 4-drop Cooler, 4-drop King Cold. There's a few different options that we could go with here, as well as the FBO1 Blocker Cooler as well. So looking for plenty of those to be able to play down and cheat out, essentially, for a vastly reduced energy cost as we go ahead and see some battle cards continuing to be contributed here onto the board.
Yeah, the Frieza Force is in full effect here as we're really starting to chip down this life. And like Frieza, like we said before, that because we're not seeing as many attacks out of the Dragon Ball side, the Shenron, just because obviously the Shenron's not attacking, and a lot of these cards are looking for searching to really get these Dragon Balls in drop as soon as possible. It means that Golden Frieza is going to be chilling for a lot longer. It means it's not going to get to awaken without obviously its own cards trying to burn him down to the correct level for it. 4 life, the usual awakening stand that we've seen pretty much all day on stream.
Yeah, it looks like Kami coming down here now as well. Just going to make sure we're getting some more of those cards into the drop. And now Son Gohan Youth making its way down when attacking, placing the top 2 cards again into their owner's drop, conveniently milling that 6th out of the 7th Dragon Ball there away as well for Michael. So he is just potentially 1 more card away from being able to go ahead and start making that wish, or at least thinking about making that wish. But also, we're also seeing just a rare attack out of the Shenron player at this point for this 20k. Is it going to be directed in towards that leader, or is it just going to go into one of Augustin's battle cards to, again, make sure that we are denying that opportunity for Augustin to be able to awaken into that Golden Frieza?
Yeah, definitely playing for board, especially as you're starting to see wide boards are so strong in Bandai card games. You get to do so much damage in 1 turn if you're just not answered. So as much as it sometimes is really tempting to try and get that life down as soon as possible, you are giving them resources, and resources are what are going to help them crack back. So if you can deal with what's already on board and try and thin that hand, it means that you're at least getting to play this longer game. And right now, we're so close to awakening on Michael's side. And you can sometimes get a little bit antsy when you know that you've hit so many of these Dragon Balls in drop, and you're just 1 card away from making it work.
For sure, as we see a swing here, just immediately comboed out of by Michael. Another attack coming forwards here. This time is going to be allowed through and taken. Now another attack, that will be comboed away. Augustin just continuously trying to put this pressure on as best as possible. 4th and final attack, at least with what's represented right now in the battle area. That one's going to go through. And remember, with Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World, battle cards are able to attack on the turn that they are played. There's no things like previous in other Bandai card games in the family that say that you need to either wait a turn or wait for a specific keyword or condition, as we see that happen right now. A fresh battle card gets played down, but Michael, again, furiously comboing away. It looks like he's only got about 1 or 2 life here to be able to try and protect.
It really is fitting that of the games where we're going to be seeing so much rush, Dragon Ball is the one to do it. And I love that we're using the dice as well to keep track of how many Dragon Balls we actually have in there. So it looks like we are finally at 7, and it's time to rock the dragon and summon Shenron.
It's time to go ahead and make a wish, and we immediately make that wish as well, getting ourselves a 7 cost or lower unit, and it's going to be the Son Goku GT from FBO7, the secret rare, the triple striking 45k. The on-play chooses any number of battle cards whose total costs add up to 7 or less in your opponent's battle area and KO them. And of course, the fallback as well of going ahead and making the wish is that the drop shuffles back into the deck. So it's not like we can immediately make another wish, just like true to the format and true to the franchise. The Dragon Balls scatter away, and Michael is going to have to go and find them again.
I mean, but still, what a wish to come straight back out. We were looking at how wide the Frieza Force board had gotten, and now it's been slimmed down. Frieza's going to have to get recruiting, and we...
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Look at that. 2 more Dragon Balls immediately just go into the drop off of this milling effect, sending ourselves down further into the top of the deck. And again, this triple striker just staying active right now, not even going into rest mode. And again, not allowing Augustin to get this opportunity to awaken if the triple strike goes through, because that keyword means that 3 damage gets inflicted instead of 1 if that attack does go ahead and connect. So the 6 life that Augustin is currently on would be half straight down if Son Goku is able to connect.
The Awaken system is such a cool aspect of the Dragon Ball card game, because being able to deny your opponent that resource by keeping them at a level that they can't get their life down is such an excellent form of skill and expression. I'm so glad we're going to get to see it across 3 games here, because, you know, maybe we might see Augustin change his playstyle from this more rush-oriented, like chipping down the life, to maybe trying to change the tempo and maybe play for his own life to then start pushing that aggro from there.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Metacooler from FBO7 makes its way down onto the board alongside Guldo as well from Manga Booster 2. The newer card of the 2 in Manga Booster 2, Guldo, is 1 cost 10,000 power battle card with a 10k combo on it as well, which on play, if your leader has Frieza's army in its special traits, add 1 card from your life to hand, then choose 2 of your battle cards in your opponent's battle area and switch them to rest mode. So a really nice tool and tech find there to be able to try and swing into this big 45k beat stick that the Son Goku GT is and continues to threaten to be for as long as it remains unchecked.
Yeah, and especially as we get down to what looks like 4 life hit on that left side for the Awaken, the triple strike now comes from something that might have been something that gave you extra gas to now being an active threat for the rest of the game. So in true Frieza fashion, he's going to hunt down the Soul Saiyan that's sticking around and really try and get rid of him.
Yeah, and slight unfortunate aspect here, though, for Augustin, because I don't see any open energy right now here for Augustin. So even though he has awakened into that Golden Frieza, giving him the plus 5,000 power boost to his base level at a leader's stats, he's not going to be able to get the end of your turn effect to pay 1 energy. And in fact, with the pass of the turn here, as Michael goes into the charge phase here, that is exactly the case. We're not going to get that end of the turn ability to try and get ourselves an extra Frieza Crown battle card with a cost of 6 or less out onto the board. And Michael could be in a very, very comfortable position, as we're going to see an attack going forwards in. We're milling another big bunch of cards into the drop and swinging into what looks like is going to be this Metacooler here, which is at a 25k base.
Yeah, really, really strong here. Obviously recognizing that we're not going to be able to push for lethal this turn due to the lockdown on that Son Goku. So choosing to play for board, which has just been such a strong facet of how this game has been going. Especially when you're not awakened, the aim of the game becomes play for board, play for resources. Speaking of,
yeah,
another Dragon Ball in drop.
That's the 4th one there as well. Doesn't hit a 5th one for the cards that do make their way into drop with the activate main ability. But the beauty of them being 0 cost extras is you don't have to worry about spending any of your vital energy. You can use that on things like this General Blue that's going to be able to, when attacking, place the top 2 cards of the deck into the owner's drop. Also creating more pressure and more threats either into that life or into some of the battle cards that are on the board here as well for Augustin.
The fact as well that it can't be swung over with battle cards with a play cost of 3 or less just makes it a little bit more annoying. We saw that resource denying off of this charge has been really the name of the game, really making sure that Frieza doesn't have the resources to kind of play back into you. And constantly playing for board like this and having annoying cards that have to be answered in a very specific way is going to make it so that we're going to actually have to see more of these resources spent just to clear these little bodies, whilst he's also trying to establish a game plan of his own.
For sure, and it's going to be made even more complicated by the fact that there is that blocker as well that is on the board in the form of the Krillin. It has that auto ability of saying that when this card is placed from your deck into its owner's drop, if your leader has Dragon Ball in its special traits, you just get to play it away, which can sometimes be the issue with these sort of strategies where you're wanting to try and get a certain amount of cards into your drop or a certain type of card into your drop, is that you can sometimes get rid of some really core engine pieces, but with a card like Krillin, you're not punished for that happening. It just says, okay, cool, I'll just spit myself right onto the battle area and protect the Dragon Balls and Shenron.
It's really awesome to see cards that not just have that sort of like one-dimensional, we're going to mill, but also having the defense to kind of give you the options on like how fast you want to play for the mill, how long you want to play for this game. And we're finally actually going to see life change on the side of Shenron and what feels like ages since that initial chip.
Well, at least that was the intention there from Augustin, but Michael says no. Of course, it's quite easy to see a leader on your opponent's side of the board and think, oh, they're still 15,000 power at base level because they're not awakened. The difference is, however, with the Dragon Balls, is that if your life is at 4 or less on its unawakened side, it gets that 5,000 power boost, so it's not immediately weakened up against the leader that can awaken, like many can in Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World. It still meets that power level, so you're not losing anything out in terms of, oh, I'm going to have to combo with 10,000 power battle cards to be able to make myself safe.
Which it really just shows how impressive the early turns were for Frieza and Augustin, being able to do so much damage
for sure
early on and really make it so that Michael had to respond in order to try and actually keep up. Now, obviously, after that first awakening, we really are in the driver's seat, and it definitely feels like Augustin has been on the back foot since. But as we take a little bit longer to find these remaining 3 Dragon Balls, you can start to see this tempo swing back on Augustin's favor, and we're starting to see a lot more of these cards that are going to be pivotal in the matchup in this long best of 3.
Oh, we see the first activation of the Golden Frieza ability at the end of the turn, flipping that top card, and we are going to go ahead and get the hit off of it as well. So we do get that extra active body to make its way down into the battle area and try and threaten what has still been 2 life at the moment for Michael. He's been able to keep a real nice control of that 2 life in his zone at the moment. And with 3 more Dragon Ball cards to be able to try and find what looks like currently 4 energy at the moment, because an energy marker might have been used already at this point. Still got plenty of time to be able to get those final Dragon Balls and make an extra wish into Shenron.
So we're going to see that charge up. And from this position, I mean, if we could see another big mill, it feels like we're due for one after that we saw that initial turbo. It's been quite light on the mills since then, so we'd love to see if we can actually get some of that tempo rolling and actually put that pressure on, as it feels like we've been in a stalemate for quite a while. Just going to see the 2 reveal.
Yeah, and hitting another Krillin as well off of that top 2 cards that were sent away to the drop. So Krillin immediately goes ahead and jumps back in. We've also got this General Blue that is about to make this attack in here right now. Another Krillin gets hit off of that mill effect as well. So double Krillin off of these 2 cards being sent into the drop twice means that 2 extra blockers are going to be able to sit in the way either of these 2 life or of these battle cards that are being held and rested down by all of these meta coolers that are on the board for Augustin.
Yeah, not quite the big mills that I was expecting, but still fantastic tempo that comes off of this. So we're going to spend that energy and get swinging for 1 last set of mills.
And we hit 1 more copy of the Dragon Balls as well. So that's 5 now into the deck. And obviously we know that none of those Dragon Ball cards are trapped in the life at all, because there has already been 1 wish to Shenron that's been made, and the deck has then consequentially been reshuffled. So we know that the last 2 Dragon Balls are in there in some kind of fashion. And with all of this self-mill that we've been able to do throughout the course of this Game 1, we're going to be getting even closer to making a second wish and start playing some of the other 7 cost or lower threats that are in this deck. Things like Son Goku and Bardock, Gogeta as well. The 5-drop Son Goku from FBO 7 as well, getting more mill in for future wishes. There's a lot of threats still yet to come. Augustin has to try and find a way through this. Metacoolers are great. Metacoolers give us time. But the longer this game goes, the more I feel like it favors Michael.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're even running out of life to kind of go for these self-burns off the Golden Frieza. Very much like Golden Frieza in the show, we're starting to see him burn out as this game goes longer and longer. And even then, just looking at how wide the board is, it looks like we are going to see the... Well, I mean, the fist bump initiator, I think that was game 1 going over to Michael. I mean, the position looks so dominant.
Yeah, both players going ahead and scooping it up. So we will be getting ready into game number 2 very, very shortly because we are at the best of 3. So the winner of this game will have 1 more to go until they earn that spot into top 8. But for their opponent, they're going to have to try and regroup. And this is one of the coolest things about the top 16 and those best of 3s is being able to try and regroup, recompose yourself to go into what is essentially, I've got 2 best of 1s that I have to win back to back.
Yeah, some people do get in their own heads about best of 3s, but sometimes, especially you can play a game that can be quite volatile when you're playing against a mill deck. You do just have to recontextualize it rather than like, oh, it's not that I have to win out the best of 3. It's I have to smoke my opponent in 2 best of 1s in around about 20 minutes a pop. Like, we've got so much time left on the clock. And yes, this one did start to tick on a little bit, but Augustin's recognized that, like, if the game goes long, it's probably not going to go in his favor. So he does need to hit hard and fast, and maybe we just need to change the method on how we got there. We had a great start, but as soon as that first wish came down from Shenron, it felt like it was constantly back foot here for Augustin. And whilst we didn't see the second wish come through, recognizing also a possibility that could pop out and suddenly swing the numbers back in Michael's favor and then take more chip in response is something that's really, really important.
Absolutely. So both these players shuffling up pretty quickly and getting themselves into game 2. Confirmation it was Michael that did take the victory in game 1. Augustin recognizing that there was just far too much to be able to deal with and that all those metacoolers weren't quite going to be able to get us there and sustain enough tempo. And both these players already reaching to top 16 have walking away with a whole plethora of prize cards. Getting to this point, going to earn themselves a finals playmat, an extra energy marker set, as well as a bunch of limited packs to commemorate Championship 25-26. But a win in this round, a 1 more game for Michael, 2 more for Augustin, and we're talking uncut sheets. We're talking extra alt art cards for top place finishing of Friezas, Brolys, Son Gokus as well. And at that point, they're 1 more place away from a grand finals invite into that top 4 placement.
It's so much to play for here, and these guys have had such a long day, but you can start to see, well, I mean, you can see how they got here, and just another fist bump there as we're going to show that sportsmanship and go into the first round.
Yeah, it's going to be game 2 here as we're going to see that immediate charge going in. Looks like Michael is going first here, and we are immediately using that first energy to go ahead and play ourselves an extra. It looks like we're going to be doing a little bit of searching and seeking out here as we search for some of these Dragon Balls. It's the Dragon Radar that we're going for here. You get to look through the deck and life, reveal up to 1 card with Dragon Ball in its special traits and add it into your hand, then shuffle your deck and life. So gets a little bit of foresight here to see if there is any of those Dragon Balls that are trapped in the life, or if they are in there, and just have a little bit of a check and see, okay, how many of these 7-drop or lower battle cards are in there as well. And then after that, immediately start going into that Route 1 game plan, play that 0-drop Dragon Ball extra, and start sending cards into the drop.
And you can see we're also seeing the shuffle now as well from Augustin whenever there's the option to do so, because obviously when you're playing against a mill like this, there's so much that obviously, you know, you expect your opponent's going to be trying to sufficiently randomize their deck where they're told to, but just a little bit of peace of mind that, you know, if you do get sacked off of a mill, you at least tried your best to avoid it.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Augustin going into their first turn now, rightfully grabbing the energy marker as well as they are going second. The energy marker, something that you get if you go second, much like the Gundam card game and the way that the EX resource works. As soon as you use it to pay for the cost of something, it immediately goes away. As we see Augustin just start off with a 15k swing into life, drawing the card on attack. Michael will be happy to take on early, and then going into just this one drop battle card at the moment. Looks like we're just going to go with a little bit of simple searching here in these early game stages to get a little bit of consistency.
Yeah, I mean, this time a little bit of a slower start than what we saw, but obviously, you know, we're still in turn 1. We're not going as wide or anything like that. It's going to be a little bit of time before we actually see the awakening again. As a reminder, the Dragon Balls and Shenron are not leaders that declare attacks, so you're not going to be taking as much damage as fast as you would in your traditional matchups.
Yeah, for sure. But what it does do to make up for that is that obviously so many of the leaders and all the leaders in the Dragon Ball card games Fusion world draw you a card when attacking. You can switch the leader into rest mode and still get yourself an opportunity to draw a card from it as well. So you're not losing out on hand advantage because you're still drawing cards into hand. You're not losing out on that battle point advantage as well when you are at 4 or less life, the traditional awaken range for a lot of leaders in Fusion World. So this deck just seems like it can do a lot if it hits itself at that right time.
Yeah, and we're going to see a difference in the sort of cards that we actually saw charged this time. Last time we were seeing the Sorbets kind of in life and popping out with their Golden Freezers to try and get advantage, but it looks like we're actually going to be committing them a little bit more for the charges. Not getting as much value out of the draw as we would have hoped last time, but maybe this time just recognize that maybe engine pieces weren't there. We just want to have cheap bodies that can kind of chump and change and trade with what's on board.
Absolutely, as we see Ginyu coming down here and making an attack. A real blast from the past. Ginyu here as well. It's an FB01 card that we are seeing making its way down onto the board and just trying to make a little bit of a poke, a little bit of a swing. And now into the new cards and into the next one here, we are seeing Dodaria making its way down here. One of the newer cards, a throwback from one of the oldest to one of the newest, with Dodaria making its way down into battle area now.
Yeah, Frieza definitely, I mean, he's a storied villain with so many different ways of like building out the Frieza army. It's great to see that some of these old cards are still just as relevant as they were when they came out. And we're going to be able to see that synergy that helps just stay on board. Not getting the lockdown that we would have liked to see previously, where we were able to switch things to rest mode and then keep them rested, but still allowing them to have the opportunity to at least trade and play for this position.
For sure. Well, it's Michael's turn right now, charging up to 2 energy currently. And interesting you mentioned about the charges over on Augustin's side earlier on. See, one of the charges that Michael has utilized here, it has been that 2-drop blocker Krillin that Michael was able to hit multiple copies of with its auto to be able to put it straight into the battle area here. So sending one of them away at the very least, and now sending away one of those cards from the manga booster here as well. I believe that's the General Blue that's sending itself away, but attacking with Son Gohan Youth, again, getting that mill continuously. Another General Blue now with some more milling away. Sees a super combo get sent into the drop with that Mai. That could potentially sting, because you're only allowed a maximum of 4 of them, as a second one goes into the drop, it looks like, as well, off of this zero-cost Dragon Ball extra. So 2 out of your 4 maximum super combos are gone until you make a wish.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really rough one. At the very least, this is a deck that can actually recur them, so even if you do lose them, there's a chance for them to come back. But still, it's one of those things that definitely stings in this mid-game, where you've definitely been very, very slow off of the mills compared to last game, where we were around about hovering 4 or 5 at this point. And again, like you mentioned, one of the Krillins is going to be kind of permanently locked in that combo area with the charge, the energy area rather. So there's less opportunity for us to see that burst that we were seeing in that last game. And this actually really, I think, is where we actually need to see Augustin kind of up the tempo a little bit and try and apply that pressure.
Well, Michael wanting to try and apply the pressure right back now as well, has Dragon Radared into another copy of Dragon Ball. Oh my word! You can't do this, Michael. Game 1, double Krillin off 2 different drop mills. The second game, let's just dip both of them in the same mill. Let's just get it over with.
You know, gamblers always quit.
So, sometimes you're just good. Sometimes you're just really, really good.
It's nice to be this talented sometimes. But what a mill. So not only do we go up to 4, we're now over that halfway hump. And we have double blocker to, we said that Augustin would like to up the tempo and really try and apply pressure, but double blocker is going to be a real icer on that offense.
Yeah, and especially when we saw 2 super combos also getting milled throughout the space of that turn there for Michael, with 2 copies of Mai going away. Look at this, just immediately attack, okay, I'll block for free. Attack, okay, I'll effectively block for free. And then these next 2 attacks here, the first one from the Ginyu allowed to go through, and now this next one, I think this is from the Dodoria, is just going to go ahead and be comboed out of, force Augustin to play some more of these battle cards down. Here's another copy of Ginyu, which is really, really nice right now, because on play, we do have 3 or more battle cards with Frieza's army in their special traits, so we can reactivate 2 of those energy and essentially make this a completely free 20k battle card.
It's so important that he found this in time for that double Krillin blocking up. Obviously, you would have loved to see a whole boatload of damage go straight into Shenron and really put the pressure on, but if your opponent is going to hit you with the business off of the mill, you at least want to make sure that those Krillins do not see the light of day, very much like a couple of episodes of the show.
For sure. Well, here's another way as well. We mentioned about how important the meta coolers were in terms of trying to get a little bit of tempo back in Game 1. We've now got another way to do so with the 4-drop Son Goku on play, and when attacking, you get to choose up to one of your opponent's rest mode battle cards, and it can't switch to active mode during your opponent's next turn. So it just means that these General Blues here and the Son Gohan youths aren't able to get their consistent milling to either find more copies of the Dragon Balls or that 4th and final copy of the Krillin that has been able to be burned so easily here. We are up to 5 Dragon Balls, however, so Michael is just 2 away with 4 active energy to be able to play with.
And we did see a bunch of life get added to hand, so who's to say that some of that wasn't trapped in life and now up for grabs? Something that you definitely have to have in the back of your mind is that 5, you're definitely within striking distance. So I would love to see, again, play for board. We've been swinging face quite a bit. The Krillins obviously allowed Michael to kind of be a little bit more defensive and not have to necessarily play for board, but at least stop what's on board from making like connection. But we are looking at 5 on Augustin's side that are more than happy to get swinging next turn.
Yeah, 6 as well if you include the leader as well, being able to attack in. Not sure just how many life we are currently at the moment. I think we are within that range for the Dragon Balls to get the extra 5k bump. So we are sort of awakened, quote unquote, without actually awakening. So we are at that 20k sort of differential where Golden Frieza and Frieza itself, without being awakened, is going to have to contribute some combo to be able to get near the 20k base power that the Dragon Balls currently are to take some damage, let alone over-comboing to try and force a lot of cards defensively out of hand.
All right.
Oh, there's the 6th.
But not quite to the very, very end. But now just 1 away from seeing that wish, seeing those super combos shuffled back in, Krillin back online, all kinds of value, and of course a massive beat stick that will come with it to answer this board. Finally, we're going to see a swing at a battle card here from the looks of it.
Yeah, just again wanting to try and deal with a little bit of that tempo right now. No combo, it looks like, has been contributed to this attack from Michael's side of the board here. We are just going to go ahead and combo out. As we're just having a look now and consulting our drop just to see maybe what kind of tools that we have to be able to make a wish with. We are at 6 Dragon Balls currently in the drop. No 7th is going to come right now, and no wish is going to happen.
And it looks like Augustin is going to be setting up for that potential final turn of the game if he can close this one out. 5 bodies on board, 6, like you said, obviously including the leader as an attacking target. Currently staring down a date with top 8.
Potentially so, and the beauty as well, just like game one with having those meta coolers on the board, we've got that Son Goku that's on the board as well from FBO2, and this time, because there hasn't been that wish made first, right now we're getting some really, really great value of just stopping some of these battle cards as sort of the engine pieces to be able to swing in and put some more of those cards into the drop. We see an attack into life here, going down to just one. There is a combo out now of the swing in again. So we still have Son Goku to be able to attack in. We still have the leader to be able to go ahead and attack in. Now here comes that meta cooler to be able to on play, add one card from life to hand, so help us self-awaken a little bit and get to that 20k natural base that we really needed to be. We are now awakened as well, so it will be a 20k into 20k before we contribute any combo down onto the board. No combo in that one. Meta Cooler now going to swing in at 25k minimum. There is a reveal of the hand. It looks like that is just going to go ahead and do it here. Augustin on the Frieza / Golden Frieza is going to take the set 2-0, vanquishing the power of Shenron and the Dragon Balls and putting their way into top 8.
So cool. We got to see Frieza come away with it, not just with the Golden Frieza Awaken that we saw in Game 1, but playing without an Awakening in Game 2, just being able to do that with the rest of the Frieza army, getting to see all of the different aspects of it to play for board and really just establish that wide body to push one massive lethal turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the biggest differences there, or a couple of differences in there, was that the first one is obviously not having that wish happen in those earlier turns of the game, meaning that Son Goku and the Meta Cooler's got a little bit more value in Game 2. But also the fact that those super combos were sent away and into the drop. Not being able to make the wish, not be able to recur them back, like you said. Even with hitting double Krillin on one of those General Blue attack abilities, was not able to do enough to save the Dragon Ball player.
And it definitely felt like we were holding resources for that exact time. We were recognizing, you know, it could happen to you in any game where you are going to see that cracked mill and get that double crit. And so just holding the Ginyu for the time that you get the most value and make sure that no luck sacks were able to just flip momentum back on his head, immediately answered the threat straight away. And that is why he's been able to cruise his way through. No games dropped, if you think about it. Best of 1 all the way until top 16 and 2-0 clean. They're looking real strong going into day 2.
Absolutely. And this is the beauty as well, as I said before this top 16 feature match kicked off, of a post-suspension list update, ban list update format. So many things immediately thrown to the wayside. Majin Buu and Cell hit very, very heavily. That's not to say that people still aren't going to try and work with those leaders. They are just still restrictions as opposed to outright bans, but there's still going to be a lot to look forward to as we go ahead into top 8 tomorrow. What we can look forward to, however, is a little bit of a surprise. It looks like we're going to have some words from our winner from that feature match area. So we're going to have that in just a moment. What I can tell you as well, in terms of some of the leaders and some of the decks that are being strong and represented in top 16, at my quick glance before we came live, it was a lot of green that was in top 16. There was also some cool red leaders that were around as well.
Okay, I mean, it just shows that when one of the tyrants of your color kind of gets hit with a hammer, it makes it a little bit easier for everyone to kind of rise up and try and play for like the new top of the color. So really cool that we're starting to see a little bit more of that representation of these other red decks, and looking forward to seeing what actually makes it to our feature match when we see them tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be having the top 8 and then the remainder of the event tomorrow, and our grand final with all of our grand finals across the game catalog here this weekend will be being showcased. We want to capture that crowning moment as best as we possibly can, and especially for Dragon Ball Super Card Game Fusion World, for this to potentially pave the way for what is going to come next. We've got FBO 8 that has been released this weekend, and what that's going to throw into the fold to potentially try and shake up the meta completely as well. I mean, you look down at the potential leaders that are going to be a part of that format as well. We've got some new red leaders coming into the game. We've got Son Gohan Adolescence. We've got Khalifa, Turles, Tails, Broly in yellow, Son Goku Jr. in black as well. There's going to be a lot of different things that could potentially be making their way. I'm looking forward to potentially Khalifa with Critical being on a leader again. For those that remember, Beerus from FBO1, mono red crit on a leader is very, very scary. How about Critical on blue?
Yeah, I mean, Bandai Blue is usually a pretty privileged color. Green, obviously, right now is looking really, really strong, really well represented. But, I mean, whenever blue is good, your card game always looks so fun, so fresh, and so much moves at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly what Turles goes ahead and does into as well. We have 5 or less energy once it's awakened. Once per turn, you can use Fruit of the Tree of Might without paying its cost. And anytime that you can either cheat costs or completely ignore costs on cards, that sounds like it's a pretty good deal to me.
Yeah, reduction of a play cost does feel pretty good, but never having to pay the 5-finger discount always feels fantastic.
Amazing, absolutely. We can also let you know as well that obviously one of the beauties of the Bandai card games is that it draws in players of all ages, and Dragon Ball being such an iconic franchise and an iconic IP means that it connects with a lot of different people. I can tell you that there is a very, very young player that has made their way into the top 16, has actually won their top 16 matchup as well. So we've got a real young star being able to be in to top 8. Hopefully we can get them on the broadcast at some point, either in that top 8 and lead up match, or if they make it all the way, just get all the way to the final. Get on stream that way.
Yeah, I mean, that would be such a great way to have not just like a breakout performance, but just like show that like if your game is supported at events like this at Bandai Card Fest, there's celebrations of the games that we all play, and the infrastructure is there to climb, you can get in so young. Card games are for everyone at the end of the day, as long as you've got a reading ability. I'm not going to say a good reading ability, but a reading ability, and you resolve your cards, you can honestly make it all the way to a finals.
Absolutely. Well, looks like that we might be done here for Fusion World and here in the multi-stream desk as well. So we are going to throw it over to some good friends of ours, Ross Gilbert and Shaldo, to give you a few words.
Hello, 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 hello. Well, what a day we've had. We've had Digimon. We've had Dragon Ball Super Card Game Masters. We've had Dragon Ball Super Fusion World. We've had Gundam card game, and we've of course had the One Piece card game.
Yeah, One Piece. We had our own stream, which was always kind of fun. We've been having One Piece.
All right. Calm down.
One Piece shout, and it's been delightful.
Listen, I'm not complaining about that. I mean, I would have 20 rounds of One Piece. But no, it's been wonderful. It's been hype. We've had a lot of really cool competitors, plenty of card game traders. I've been out on the show floor wandering about and just nosing my way about, just seeing what people are playing, what cards they've got. A couple people have showed me their collections. It's been a wholesome day.
Have you done the stamp rally?
I didn't. I mean, I've been here, there, and everywhere. It's a bit, I haven't really had time. I know you got in on that.
Well, I had like 5 minutes to ring my kids at home, and I was like, while I'm ringing my kids, I'm going to show them the stamp rally. Really just an excuse to do the stamp rally. Did it, no big deal, got my promos, job's a good one.
Fantastic. You got some promo cards out of it, didn't you?
Do the stamp rally, get a promo. What else do you want?
Go.
You come to Bandai Card Fest, you want to get some promos.
You get stuff.
Yeah.
You get stuff. I'm still hype about my Nami mat.
Oh, the Nami mat is absolutely beautiful.
Chef's
I hear
kiss.
it's quite popular in the room.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm keeping mine in my airtight box at home. Nobody talked to me about that.
I mean, I've not been able to watch any of the other games, but I can give you a quick rundown. of One Piece.
Go for it.
It's Imu, and it's Ace, and it's Zoro. It is the
That's
decks.
a quick rundown.
Yeah, it was the decks we were expecting coming in. But here's the thing. We haven't got the top 32 set yet. Mm-hmm. There might be a couple other decks. There were some Goldie Roger hanging around.
We saw a Vegapunk.
Yeah, we saw Vegapunk round 1. There was a limb that was hanging around for a little bit, so we'll have to figure out when the top 32 is set. Right now, it looks like the meta we were expecting. It looks like an Ace and Imu fest.
Yeah.
But there might be some other decks sneaking into top 32.
It's a real shame that that's not canon.
What's that, sorry?
It's a real shame that that can never happen in the actual show.
No, I'm sorry about that. Ace kind of went away a little bit before Imu came along, and it's. But we get to see it in the card game.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So we're in a special room, and we're going to be continuing tomorrow. Tomorrow we've got some special announcements. We've got some interviews with the top players, and we've got all kinds of more. That's not a phrase. Lots more card goodness.
All kinds of card game goodness.
There you see. You did it. You did it. You took the nonsense and you made it coherent.
There's going to be a lot going on. And, of course, tomorrow we have all of our finals. So we're crowning champions in all of our games. And the big story, what everyone is here for, it's not just the winners. It is who grabs those invites to the World Championships.
There you go. And, yeah, because we've got the people who are trying to become the European champions.
Yes.
To then go on to be the world champions.
Absolutely. And
That's
that European
exciting.
Championship means a lot, and the prizes mean a lot, but I guarantee you, every player in the room, their number one goal coming in was get to Worlds. I have a friend of mine, Chris Shiv, he's over playing Gundam. Last I checked, he was 7-0, number one seed.
Wow.
He's having a great day. But when I speak to him, he's not talking about winning. He's talking about making the final,
Yeah.
because if he makes the final, he gets to go and play at Worlds.
Yeah. But, I mean, I'm sure he wouldn't be happy. He wouldn't be upset with winning either.
I think he'd be delighted.
Yeah, right. Those trophies. I've been looking around at the trophies as well. They look pretty nice, and
Some nice trophies.
I'm like 90% sure I'm going to be the one giving them out. So you know, if I take a little bit of time to give it to you, don't begrudge me. They're just too nice.
Yeah, it's in the back of your mind. You're kind
just
of like,
oh,
it's mine. I'm holding it.
yeah,
it's mine now.
This is my property. 9/10 of the law. So yeah, it's been a great day. I hope you've all had fun at home watching this. I think you'd have a lot more fun if you come here. Hint, hint. But if you're home and you're enjoying it, I hope you've rolled up your sleeves. I hope you've gotten hype with the rest of the competitors and you've seen some fantastic card plays. And you know what? I hope you've got some inspiration for building your decks, maybe some different things you want to try, seen how the meta's moving forward, some new things to collect. In short, I just hope you've had a good time.
I tell you what, being in an event like this, every time I'm like, I should play more Gundam. Should I go back and play some more Fusion World? So I saw a Shenron in top 16, and that was a little bit exciting to me. If you're telling me Shenron's viable, and I can be playing that, maybe I'm back in on Fusion
Should
World.
I just hit up the stores and spend my life savings on more cards? Maybe.
What else is disposable income for?
Cards.
Yeah, that's
Obviously.
like a genuine going, what else is
Yeah, no, cards. Yeah, clearly.
I hear rumours of other shops, but I never go in them.
Nothing else exists. It is just cards. So, yeah, I think tomorrow is going to be a fantastic day as well. I believe that we're going to see some... I would like some upsets.
Yeah.
I would like some upsets. I mean, who doesn't want upsets?
Always want a good upset.
Yeah. Which game do you think has the most likelihood of an upset, though?
I'm going to be honest with you. I am not plugged in enough to the meta of the other card games. Yeah, really, I'm in on One Piece. I'm hearing that Gundam has, because that's a game I very much dabble in. I'm hearing Gundam has a similar kind of thing to One Piece going on, where there's a couple of big decks. I heard that Purple was having a bit of a run over in Gundam, but that dropped off when I was talking to my friends earlier. So I'm not hearing much about upsets in Gundam. I'm not seeing much about upsets in One Piece, but again, all it's going to take, to take One Piece as an example.
Yeah.
All it takes is one deck to slip into top 32. They have a couple of favorable matchups. They have a couple good draws, and then all of a sudden they're making that run through. So it's not something we're expecting, but it is not outside the realms of possibility.
Yeah.
So, and this is not a very informed decision, Digimon. Digimon has the biggest chance of an upset.
Okay. You know, the interesting thing that I'm hearing is that the One Piece card game is something like number 3 in Japan. It's the 3rd most popular card game in Japan.
Japan actually releases sales figures for card games.
Yeah.
So you can actually track it. And it was just outside last time they published, but trending up.
Yeah,
So
that's
I'm
fantastic.
fairly sure by now that in Japan, One Piece is the 3rd biggest card game.
And considering it's not even been out that long,
3 years.
it's crazy.
Absolutely.
Crazy. But I think that's the strength of One Piece as IP in general. You know, like people just love the series and they love the card games as a result.
The IP, but I think the game, the mechanics, the way the game is run, everything incredibly strong.
Absolutely, absolutely. So look, we're going to see so much more tomorrow. You're going to be here. I'm going to be here. Everybody that was here will be here. Are you going to be here? Person at home, I do believe you should be. And you know, we're going to have fun, basically. So we will see you tomorrow for plenty more card game action. Shaldo, it's Ross, we're out.